you. it is? Excellent. Welcome back, everyone, to our second day of the COAR Asia OA meeting. It's a pleasure to see your faces again. We have a slightly smaller group today, but I think there's several people that are coming in the afternoon because they had meetings to attend to this morning. But that doesn't take away anything from the very interesting program we have. There's been a slight change in the program this morning because my presentation will start after Marandakos, who speaks at lunchtime. So for the first session, we will start with Segura from UNESCO, and she is going to talk about the UNESCO Open Science recommendations, which I think are extremely important in driving open science forward and have been widely embraced by countries around the world. And that will be followed by Jun Maeda, who's chief librarian at the Hokkaido University Library in Japan, talking about how they are building a very comprehensive repository network in Japan and what that might look like in terms of a model for moving forward in India. And then we will have Dr. Michelle Barker, director of the Research Software Alliance, who's going to talk about what we envision in the future in terms of the new types of research outputs that we will need to start thinking about in terms of preservation and access. So on that note, I'd like to invite Segura to begin her presentation. She's on Zoom with us from Beijing, I think. So welcome, Ai. We're working on getting you up. Great, so maybe you could open her Zoom.
I'm sharing my screen now.
Great, we can see you, but you're not in full text or full slides mode. Now you are in speaker mode. So
is it now okay?
Yes, perfect. And now if you could put her Zoom window, open her Zoom window so we can see her instead of me, that would be great.
Is it okay? Just
It's
let me know
perfect. It's perfect.
If I start or not. Okay.
Please go
So
ahead.
should I start? Okay. Okay, then thank you so much, Kathleen, and thank you so much for this invitation and letting us also present on what has been happening or what had happened since the adoption of this our recommendation on open science. So I'm Segura, and I'm the program specialist for natural sciences at the UNESCO Regional Office for East Asia in Beijing. And so just briefly, our office is covering the two Koreas, Japan, China, and Mongolia as our cluster countries. And we are implementing then all the programs of UNESCO there. But I used to be before in Jakarta office, which used to be until last year the Regional Science Bureau. And that's why Beno kindly introduced me, because we were leading from Jakarta the regional activities on open science. And now each of the regional offices are continuing. So just first kind of introduction. So that's a document, a graph that I took from a report on Big Earth data for SDGs that is published every year by one of our Category 2 center in Beijing. And it's about then the status of monitoring of indicators for each of the SDGs target. And then here, so the conclusion and is that and the number of countries which are actually having data or indicators on the 230 indicators within then the targets of the SDGs. So half of the countries in the world are lacking in progress data for the indicators. So we actually it actually will impact then the monitoring and then so the action that we can take to then rectify any of the trends or anything because we just don't know. So that's first that we are a bit behind. It's a bit challenging now. How are we going to really reach the SDGs and going back on track and things? And then science here then plays a big role for that. So as UNESCO, we are working, of course, in a global framework, including the SDGs and including other things. And since last August, the UN General Assembly has adopted a new decade, so the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development. And UNESCO has been chosen to lead then the implementation of that decade. And we will need everyone for that. So I just wanted to present this as well. So now back to the recommendation itself. So I have yesterday, unfortunately, I could only follow a few sessions in the morning. And it was a pleasure to see that our recommendation and then were quite cited, and so I will not be too long about this part. But well, so this recommendation was adopted in 2021. And it's a recommendation that affirms the importance of open science as a vital tool to improve the quality and accessibility of both science outputs, but also the scientific process. And this is to bridge then science technology innovation gaps between and within countries, and to fulfill our human right to access to science, as the Article 27 of the Universal Human Rights Declaration. So this is important because it's the first normative instrument that we have on open science. It's also the first internationally agreed definition. And the whole process is very, very inclusive and consultative from the development of the recommendation. And I'm sure that we had some of you participating to our regional dialogue in 2021 to prepare then the text of the recommendation itself. So we are also very inclusive in the implementation up to the monitoring, because we are consulting on the choice even of the indicators and things. So that's how then it started. And then yes, I wanted to just bring you attention on this. So that was last March at the General Assembly. There was a resolution adopted on artificial intelligence. So with a few quite important bits. One being that we have the same rights online and offline. So that the Assembly is calling all the member states and stakeholders to refrain or cease the use of artificial intelligence systems that are impossible to operate in compliance with international human rights law. And the other one is closing the digital divide. And so the Assembly is also recognizing the varying level of technological development between and within countries, and that the developing countries face unique challenges in keeping up with the rapid pace of innovation. So this also echoes very much than what we intend to do and support with this recommendation. So quickly, so this definition of open science has 4 pillars. And is not just about the open scientific knowledge, even though of course it's one of the most advanced and And usually people associate open science with just this bit, or even just with open publication or open access. But we also talking about open science infrastructure and support. And two things that are probably quite specific to this recommendation and this vision of open science is about open engagement of societal actors and open dialogue with other knowledge systems. So like emphasizing on the production of science production here of science as well, and not just its distribution. So it has a series of values and principles. And then yesterday I heard, I think, two presentation mentioning them. So I will go very briefly. But well, okay, open, but within framework and within rules and so on. So that's also what we need to understand. And open doesn't also mean free, necessarily free. And then we have some areas of action then to give a structure to this implementation. So promoting common understanding, developing enabling environment, policy environment, fostering a culture of open science, promoting cooperation, investing in infrastructures and services, and investing in human resources, and promoting innovative approaches. So these are then the 7 areas of action that we are also pushing into this implementation. And this transformation of open science that we are all working together towards, together, there are a few challenges and we need to keep in mind. So first, we need this change of conventional scientific culture on publish, perish, and so on. Then we need human and institutional capacities and we need then the people able then we need the infrastructure including internet connectivity and its financing, but then we need the people able to operate and maintain and so on. Then we need the alignment of incentive and revision of criteria for evaluation of scientific excellence and scientific careers, and we need to keep addressing the unintended negative consequences of open science practices. So that's how we have a global strategy to implement this recommendation, and it has like a few levels. So overarching, the Director General has an Open Science Steering Committee with the role to give a strategic guidance and oversight. And we have then a global open science partnership, and I'm sure that this group is also part of this on providing technical advice and guidance. And then we have 5 open science working groups also providing technical guidance and technical inputs. And these working groups are completely open and welcoming anyone who wants to participate. You just need to register and you receive the link and you can participate. So it's really like an open invitation to anyone. And then internally with UNESCO, we have this intersectoral task team as well for coordinations and so on. And also because we need to talk about how we digitalize or bring, then how do we deal with like humanities type of data and so on. So the difference of culture between different communities and things like that as well. So we're trying also internally, because we have an education sector and a cultural sector and social human science sector and communication information sector, to see how our work is also integrating and converging into open science. So these are the 5 working groups, as I was saying, like really open to anyone to participate. And this is the upcoming 5th meeting of each of the working groups. So 2 have already had their meetings, but there's still 3 upcoming. So if you are interested, please just join, and I will put this also at the back at the end of my presentation, and you can just click and register yourself. And just a note maybe that can also be interesting for this group is that the infrastructure working group will have a meeting focusing on open science and artificial intelligence. So there will be a special talk about that and exchange. So if you're interested in this subject as well, so please kindly register. So what we are providing as a secretariat and is developing a series of supporting tools, which are checklists, toolkits, and guidelines. And we are working so also at a sub-regional and regional level and collecting and mapping existing open science policies and strategies and collecting and sharing best practices. Also looking at the existing financing mechanism incentive of open science. How can we promote together open science infrastructure? How do we build then the capacity to deliver it? And how do we also develop together the open science monitoring framework? So these, with this QR code, you can get then access to all the tools that have been developed. And then I wanted to just highlight a little bit about one toolkit, and probably a member of this group have highly contributed to its development as well. So it's the toolkit called Bolstering Open Science Infrastructure for All. Sorry, and giving a very strong emphasis on the importance of infrastructure, which is sometimes overlooked when we talk with policymakers about implementing open science. They're usually very enthusiastic when the understanding is that open science is free science. But no, you need to have the infrastructure, you need to have the people, and this of course has some investment that you need to make at a policy level as well. So this is about then this is defining then the importance of open science infrastructure and how we can do that, and how we can invest in open science infrastructure and service, how we can promote international and multi-stakeholders cooperation, how we can use open science to monitor the implementation of how we can use open infrastructure when monitoring the implementation of open science, how we develop an enabling policy environment, and how to bolster innovative approaches for open science with then the infrastructure, with the big issue about how do we promote interoperability and enhance then open access, especially on research infrastructure as well. Okay, yes. So the key messages from this toolkit is that to bolster open science infrastructure, we need to work on transparency of cost and benefits. So we need to communicate better on all the costs and then the benefits that are associated with the development, the use, and the maintenance of all this open science infrastructure. To whole society in general, and we need as well to enhance interoperability, to enhance then reuse of data and resources that are then made available and as these infrastructures. And yes, and enhance then communication as well between then the different communities that are developing or have resources, infrastructures available that could then be shared. So that's the cooperative cooperation, co-creation we should also strengthen. Then shared attention and benefits. So to communicate better on the fact that open science infrastructure are key to determine the equity and fairness of open science systems. And we need to continue our efforts to make to ensure equitable access to and sharing of the benefits then from open science infrastructure. And we need to continue harmonizing open science policy and monitoring, and then maximize then the potential for delivery of this open science infrastructure. And we need to also know what they are and what are actually all those resources. So this is just a snapshot of the current state of what has been done with the working group. So this toolkit is one of the outcome of the Open Science Infrastructure Working Group. And then, so the next things that we are working on, and we really need as well at our regional level, and we really would like to also call for this group to participate to that, is like a mapping of then what are the available resources that are ready to be shared or can be shared or already shared and so on, to then define probably better what are the interoperability challenge that we're facing, and then being able to provide some solutions. So now, last year, in December, the first outlook on open science was launched by our headquarter, just to give an understanding of where we stand and where we are going to, well, where we're coming from, basically. And then, so there is this graph that I like very much about then the transformation from closed conventional science into open science, so which are like gradual and kind of yes, a process, right? So each of the five pillars of the open science definition in the recommendation are then there's a close look at them. So I would like to go quite quickly about each of them. So about the trends in open access, but this group knows much better, and probably this was contributed by this group. So we'll be really, really brief, just to say that yes, the trend is there, and then we are just having more and more than open access journals and articles being with then the gold open access and hybrid mode of access being exponentially quite a big development in the past few years. So then here then a lot of attention has been put on and efforts, and so we see then the results and then the trends in a positive way. Then more specifically on open research data. So the recommendation itself sees open research data as digital analog data, both raw and processed, the metadata, as well as all the numerical scores, the textual record, image, sound, protocols, analysis code, and workflows. It's really, really comprehensive. And I guess that a lot of people would, researchers would have some, issues on sharing all of these, but there is a growing practice with new requirements of tools and community principles in these directions on sharing more open research data. And there are also trends in data management and sharing, with a growing adoption of community-developed principles, such as the FAIR principle, the CARE principle for indigenous data, and the trust principle for digital depositories. And we see a growing number of countries and institutions with open data policies, and also the level of compliance and effectiveness of research data sharing policies are still not very known, and we need still to research on this and to accumulate as well and compile something. But there is still the remaining question about how much all this open research data really used, or what is their quality? Are they high quality enough to be reusable? And what is then the cost performance in a way between then having the management of all this data and the benefit that we have from their usage? So that's still that's the conversation that will probably just continue all the time, but it's raising and raising. So about then the trends on open science software and source code. So we see an explosion of it, which is great, but still very big disparity in the regional distribution, with Europe and North America contributing to more than 50% of all of this, and then a really big underrepresentation of women as contributors. However, it's still not really clear, or we do not understand yet well who are really the contributors to open source softwares for science, and what are their impact then on society. About open infrastructure themselves. So here there are the number of depositories per countries and so on. And again, this group has contributed to that. So I will be really brief just to say that the key challenges that we are reporting in our outlook is still that there's a lack accessibility gap. There are heavy demands for archiving, and there's still this challenge about interoperability. We also have challenge in tracking research object and knowledge product, and also harmonizing community governance, and the lack of adequate investment sometimes, making then some of this product more commercialized rather than staying open. So now I would like to move to the part on open dialogue with other knowledge system and on engagement of societal actors. So these are like then, as I said, topics that are more related, really quite specific to this definition of open science and on the production of science and knowledge rather than its distribution. And so there are an increase in fundings towards then societal engagement in science. We see also a raise in the recorded number of citizens engaged in scientific projects. So like this here, it's the Global Biodiversity Information Facility data, where since 2018, so actually citizen science effort contribution is at least half of the contribution, the total contribution. And then the growth of a number of engagement projects available for participation of society is also growing. But we still lack a standardized definition of what is societal engagement in open science, as well as a common monitoring framework. And we still face difficulty in quantifying the impact and the benefit to society of citizen science and other practices on the engagement of societal actors. And but one thing is that the UN itself has put so you can see here this figure. So on how then citizen science projects are already contributing to some SDGs indicators. So it's for 3 SDGs, 14, 15, and 9. It's already done. And then in yellow are the number of indicators that can be contributed by citizen science in their monitoring. So you can see in every single SDGs, we have at least one indicator. So that's also how then UN is promoting then this open citizen science engagement. So now about open dialogue with other knowledge systems. So I'm personally quite interested in that part. Yes, but the things are quite still limited in understanding on the monitoring and on yes indicators of this part, and we do not have really a systematic way to assess then whether the knowledge or related output is co-created or not. And so because there's a lack of common approach and so on, so two approaches were taken within this our outlook. The first one was to assess the type and or the quality of the engagement, and so it's so how then the engagement was done with indigenous knowledge holders in particular. So is it just extractive, or was really the knowledge co-created with then some really clear back and forth and checking and things like that, and ownership by then the knowledge holders or not. And then the second way that this outlook is looking at the level of dialogue with other knowledge system is how much is already taken in policies and practices, like in Samoa or in Timor-Leste. These indigenous knowledge and so on are already embedded within then the national policies and then the way the whole policy level. So this is in another way of looking at this, and probably in that it's also important to see then the role of infrastructure and then the role how then this knowledge can then be shared and stored and handled as well here. So the key messages from this outlook are that first, for open science to reach its full potential, we need everyone. We need really to be truly global and equitable phenomenon. And then the existing inequities in the different SDI systems are affecting then this potential. And the context as well affect the experience and prioritization of open science. So we need to stay very careful, alert on who sets norms and practice and who creates and has access to system. Second, so open science is growing, but not in an even way. So as I reported, so for open access and all the knowledge parts, the attention is very big and growing steadily. However, for like engagement of societal actors or for the dialogue with other knowledge systems, this we still need to put quite some efforts and a lot of research is needed as well. On how we then can make this integration as well. And then so difference between different disciplines and difference also between different contexts. Then the transition to open science requires for sure a shift of the culture of science, and our recommendations areas of actions are providing then a structure for that. And then the last message is that collective, collaborative, and coordinated action and investment are needed so that we can really accelerate then this transition and make it truly global, equitable, open science. And so that's so we need to still advocate for these shared values and principles that are within the framework, within the recommendation to provide then a framework. Yes, so this is a new visual that's made by our secretariat about open science. So we need practical actions and cultural shift, and open science needs policy, needs incentive, capacity, infrastructure, monitoring, and fundings as well. And that actions are taken underway and taken everywhere in the world globally, and we see examples in all regions. And so now I would like to share very briefly what we have been doing for this implementation of open science specifically. So yes, now will be from East Asia, but we are inviting all other sub-region and all other regional offices to participate to this effort. So we have been working actually a bit more about infrastructure parts. Because we had that partnership with the SOI Asia group. It's a School on Internet Asia, which is a group of faculties in I can't remember how many countries, but quite a significant number of countries, and it's led by Keio University in Japan. And that group is computer science faculties, and then they are very much interested in connectivity, so they're more connectivity people. And then with the APAN, the Asia Pacific Advanced Network, which I also ran research education network group, so also again a bit more focused on infrastructure, and we really would be very happy to also have all this group also on board to work on what we intend to do in these coming 2 years. And I saw as well that a lot of members are overlapping on all these different networks. So that would be great to continue then collaboration in one way or other. So we have conducted first a regional survey of the regional research education networks in 2022 about then their understanding and then about the challenges and then what would then be the action needed in their opinion to then implement this open science recommendation from their view. And so we had the usual suspect, lack of fundings, lack of awareness, lack of policies. So we know that we can provide, we need to continue then make sure that we can mobilize and provide and support those type of activities. So we had a series of regional workshops, and we will continue having others where we discussed about what would be the policies for infrastructure for open science, and then sharing also. We have been sharing good practices, and we have been discussing since the beginning as well what would be, and if we need even one, open science platform for Asia and the Pacific region. So a lot of debate. So our region is a bit different from other region. We have so many platforms and so many things are already there. So do we need something? So what do we need? And do we need something that is called open science platform for Asia Pacific or not? And so that's also like to kind of continue the dialogue that we put this question. And then what are then the specific indicators for our region to monitor then implementation of open science. And then in terms of tackling this interoperability and then enhancing then the understanding of open science infrastructure, we will launch very soon survey or to tackle how to make an inventory of available resources and infrastructure so that we could understand maybe better what are the challenges on interoperability within then what is okay to be shared or willing to be shared or is open. And so yes, so we will hold as well a multi-stakeholder dialogue on AI and open science in the sub-region and open to Asia and the Pacific region. So yes, because of course AI needs to be really properly, how do we say? So the relationship between open science and AI and the impact and so on needs to be clearly also discussed, and it's something that comes in a lot of discussion. And then we also will start working with the FIAB, the Federation of Engineering Institutions of Asia and the Pacific, on a dialogue on defining and implementing open engineering within the open science. So that's our activities that we really welcome also anyone who wants to participate and contribute. And so everyone is always welcome. So if you want to participate to our activities, please let us know. And then lastly, I just put back then the agenda of the calendar of the different working group meetings that will happen then in these upcoming months. So thank you very much. This is it from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that really interesting and comprehensive presentation. I think, like yesterday, we will go through all of the 3 presentations and then wait for questions at the end, just so we don't run out of time. So
Okay.
on that note, may I invite Jun to come up and give his presentation about the Japanese ecosystem.
and good morning, everyone. Thank you, Kathleen, for introducing me, and thank you all for having me here in New Delhi. I'm very enjoying here, and I'm actually from Japan. I'm a librarian working for Hokkaido University, and I had also worked at the National Institute of Informatics as a program officer of Japan's consortium for open access repositories. So my talk is more specifically on the Japanese repository network, how we operate it. Okay. Before starting the my presentation, can I get a clicker? I'd like to supplementary talk about the situation, open access situation in Japan. Now, my colleagues at the libraries working on the application for the extra budget from Ministry of Education, Science and Technology that decided to provide extra $65 million budget to the almost all the institutions and the universities in Japan to reinforce the repository system in 2024. In that regard, Japan is in the phase of accelerating the open science, but today I'm going to talk about the very basic things about specifically on the repository network. Okay, thank you. The things is very simple. To achieve global repository network, we need two things. One is repository system network itself, and second is the community network. This is mentioned by the Dr. Sugiura's talk. We need infrastructure as well as we need people. So about the infrastructure, I show you about the Japan's institutional repository network here. On the upper left panel, you see the IRs in Japan. This stands for institutional repositories. And yesterday Professor Yamaji Kazu have told you about the Gyro Cloud. This is the major repository system in Japan. Let's say around 700 institutions out of 800 universities or research institutions in Japan uses this system. So around 80 or 90% of them using the Gyro Cloud. This is provided by National Institute of Informatics in Tokyo. And of course, we have other institutions and universities which operate the repository system on DSpace or other systems. And as a librarian, you may register the full text or you register the metadata into these repository systems. Then what we do in Japan is that we have institutional repository database, which is shown as IRDB here. This collects and harvests the metadata from each repository systems throughout Japan. And the metadata is going to flow into several other platforms. This provides the local access as well as the global access to the Japanese content. So, for example, for local access, we provide metadata into the National Diet Library, Japan Link Center, and this is called Tiny Research. This is a name of discovery service provided by the National Institute of Informatics, and what the most of the Japanese researchers and students in university use it to find out the contents or something. And we also provide the metadata into OpenAir. This enables the access from around the world, I think mainly from Europe though. This is the overview, and I hope this is understanding this system is will help you to establish something similar in India. Firstly, to organize the repository system domestically here, and my concept is very simple. If you have the similar system in India, and we can connect you and us just by systematically, and that forms the global network of repositories. So understanding this core system is very important, I think. Okay, let me show you the another feature, new feature, what we are working on. This is called OA assist system, open access assist system. This you can see the lower left side panel. And sorry for the figure, it's too small. But this is developed by the Dr. Masashi Kawai, who is a speaker later after the tea break. And he's developing this system to foster more the open access in Japan. This is enabled the librarians more easily to find out which contents to be registered in repository. I mean, the system can do the dupe check. I mean, if that content is already in the repository or other repositories, that might be dupe. Dupe is really time consuming for librarians at work. So this reduces that possibility. And the other thing is the policy check. This means we have to check if we can register the final version of record or author manuscript to the repository, or if we have to have an embargo before we register. The system can provide you the information just by clicking one. And this figure shows the open access rate, time series of open access rate, and this is this one tells you the how gold open access, green open access rate is growing or might be declining at your institutional level, or you can compare the rate with other institutions if they are agreed to publish this information. So we are having these features in the Gyro Cloud system, and actually this is to be implemented in the near future. But yeah, this is a new feature we are working on. Okay. This is a domestic model. Yeah, I have talked enough about this. This is just shown in other words. We have a Tiny Research. This is a discovery platform in Japan, and it is connected with the member institutions around them. And the member institution means the university or research institutions where the librarians curate the metadata or get the full text or ask the authors to send them the full text data. And we have a host organization to run Gyro Cloud repository, which is called JP COAR. This is Japan's consortium for open access repositories. And JP COAR collects some membership fee and the fee for the Gyro Cloud usages from the organizations. So that JP COAR can pay part of the running costs and developing costs of Gyro Cloud repositories. So in that regard, we are running this Gyro Cloud system with NII, National Institute of Informatics, and with the JP COAR. And my concept is very simple. This can be applied to an international model, I mean the global model. This can be you see the international repository directory in center. This is a discovery platform, for example. And host organization might be COAR instead of Japan's COAR. And they collect the small cost through annual membership fee or something like that. And the COAR will take the research and development and operation of this directory. So what we need is to establish the repository network domestically in each countries and connect them to form this international repository directory. So I put NII and JP COAR logo in the left panel. This one tells you the we are jointly operated this Gyro Cloud system in Japan. And NII is taking operation, maintenance, and development of the system. And JP COAR is a community network. This is providing the training courses how to use the Gyro Cloud and of course other repository system or something like that. And also JP COAR giving feedback to NII for future development of the system. So in other words, JP COAR take up the needs, I mean the demands or potential development of the system from the member institutions whose number is around 750 throughout Japan, and we feed back the needs to the NII. That can be the seeds for development for NII. So we are working together hand in hand with the system developer and a community network. So I'd like to talk more about the community network, how we do that. This is this shows you some statistics on JP COAR. On left side panel, you see the we are made up of mostly by private universities. This kind of small universities majorities, and you see the national universities is around 11%. But in terms of the number of content registration, the national universities are the top users of repositories. I mean, you may have heard the name of University of Tokyo or Kyoto University. They are the big research universities which produces thousands of papers and the data which should be handled in the repository system. the left side, right side panel shows the time series of the member, the number of member institutions of JP Core and the users of Gyro Cloud. They are constantly increasing. As I have said before, we have around 750 members in JP Core and around 700 users of Gyro Cloud. Okay, this is a structure of JP Core. We have, of course, the steering committee, and below that we have the several working groups and task forces to work on relatively short-term projects or something. And out of them, we have a research data working group, which works on the things around data. And we have also the community empowerment working groups, or this is the group which deals with training on the Gyro Cloud. Oops. I should mention that this whole structure is consists of around 60 librarians, and we have 10 newcomers in each year. I will explain why we have constantly have such a number of newcomers each year. This might be a cultural difference, and this is peculiar to Japan, and owing to the Japan's working culture. We have a job rotation every 2 to 3 years. So this means you have to move from one section to another. Let's say if you are a staff at the circulation desk, but it only lasts 2 or 3 years, and then you are told to move another section. That's common in Japan, in university or institutions. So, as for me, my background, I firstly was working at the circulation desk for 3 years. I'm vending and receiving returning books, and I did that for 3 years. And then I moved to cataloging section. So I did cataloging, of course, Indian characters as well. Yeah, and it lasted also 3 years. Then I moved to Tokyo as a program officer in the JP Core. Then I came back to the my university now from this April, working on the e-resource groups, which handles the contracts with the mega publishers. I have to pay the contract fee after I getting back to Japan this week. Okay, let's get back to the topic. So this job rotation means that some leave and some come to repository section. Yes. So it means newcomers need training to how to manage or operate the repository system. So this is why the JP Core is systematically provide training courses or updating the manuals of repository system, like Gyro Cloud, for example. So maybe you know the sushi go round or something. Yeah, librarians in Japan is kind of like this. Yeah, you are just flowing, and going around the sections by section for every 2 to 3 years. So unfortunately, we don't have choice which to go next. Yeah, we are just told by our director. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Did you take picture? Okay. 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 I'm moving on to the next slide. Okay. And we are very quite a small island country, but we now use the online tools to break the distance barrier, geographical barrier, to work together uh, online, and which is the COVID-19 find that online meeting enable us to meet more easier than to travel to meet in person. Yeah, we have also the project management tools, document sharing, and also we use the traditional mailing list websites or something like that too. And so we are working together online, but now after the COVID, we are resuming the in-person activities as well. So this is an example of training courses and materials. We made the videos that how to register the content into the GyroCloud repository and or something like that. And we archive these videos in the YouTube channel of JP COAR, which you can find in YouTube. But this is in Japanese language, so I'm very sorry about that. Okay, I'm going to wrap up my talk. We need both network, that is a repository system, and community to make global repository network come true. So, and I would like to mention that act locally and think globally. And let's have a wider outlook that we are contributing science through we are doing our job in repository. In Japan, we may tend to lose or forget the objective why we run a repository by just doing the routine work every day. But please keep that in mind, that the institutional or subject repository forms the whole structure of global open access ecosystem. You are contributing to that. Okay, I will skip this. Now you all understand that my concept, what I want to talk to you. So I would like to close my talk with these words. I hope my talk will help you to establish something or give you any inspiration of ideas how or what to do next in India to establish the repository network. That depends on you. The future depends on what we do in the present. Yeah, by Mahatma Gandhi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, June. And I like your idea about the International Repository Directory, which is exactly what we've been talking about at COAR, trying to reorganize it in a way so that it has more community contributions. So we are aligned on that. And now I'd like to invite our next speaker to come up, Michelle Barker, and she's the director of the Research Software Alliance, and we're very pleased to have her with us from Australia. So please, the floor is yours, Michelle.
Thank you, Kathleen, and it's an honor to be here today. There's been so many fantastic talks. It's been a great experience for me. And now I hope to contribute some thinking around the importance of research software as another research output that needs to be considered alongside research data and research publications. So I'll just wait for my slides to come up. Fantastic. There is a link there to my slides. They're publicly available at tinyurl.com at COAR-Barker, B-A-R-K-E-R. So they're available if you'd like to see them now or look at them in more detail later. So this is a quote from Carol Goebel, that software is critical to every step of the research endeavor. Just like it's critical to every other aspect of our life. This is reinforced by the UNESCO Open Science recommendation. We already saw this diagram this morning in Ai's presentation, that of the 5 elements of open science knowledge, open software is a critical part of open science knowledge alongside scientific publications and open research data, as we're discussing in depth over these 2 days. It's great that a number of speakers have already recognized the importance of software in repositories. For those of you for who this may be a newer concept, here are some statistics that reinforce how important research software is in research. We have a recent study done by the Australian Research Council, on the Australian Research Council, which is one of the major 2 funders in Australia, that half of their grants in a certain time frame resulted in research software. So if you're a research funder and you're supporting research, even if you don't think you're investing in research software, you are. If you're a research institution that supports research, you are supporting research software in a very significant way, even if it's not overtly obvious to you. A similar study done in a different time frame in America showed that over 20% of grants supported research software. Unknowingly. Research software is important as a research output in its own right, vital of course for reproducibility. If you want any researcher who's used any part of research software in their work for their work to be reproducible, it needs to be preserved. Here's some other data that show that software-intensive projects are a majority of current publications. That was an analysis of Nature publications. Some of the French work that Maren Defos may talk more about this afternoon showed that 20% of articles with a certain criteria shared source code. And an OECD study is the last point that 33% of any research results in new code. So just more data to reinforce it. It needs citation, of course, to give credit to those people who are involved in creating and maintaining research software. And here are some other surveys that show that 90% of researchers in the US and UK use research software in their daily work, and at least 50% are actually developing research software. I'll explain what research software is in a few minutes, but even if you just write a few lines of code to analyze something, then you may be developing research software. So what is research software? Any of these terms can apply, and these terms mean different things to different people. So words like code, source code, scripts, software, models, algorithms, workflows. We use the definition that research software is software that's created during the research process or for a research purpose. So we differentiate that from software used in research. So there is software like the Microsoft Office suite that we all use, Docs or Excel, but they were not created during the research process or specifically for a research purpose. This is a very nice blog post giving a lot more detail on what is research software. So research software is a component of our instruments. If you've done some medical imaging, then software's been involved in taking the photos and presenting them back to you. Research software is the instrument sometimes. So if you're modeling climate change, then the model itself is research software. Research software analyzes research data and visualizes it. So that's a tool that a majority of researchers use. It can assemble or integrate existing components, so there can be research software workflows that put together a few different pieces of software. And research software can be major infrastructure as well, which can be used to do things like present research data. So people often jump to that understanding when I start talking about software, that it's the major infrastructures or the very important pieces of software that enable us to search and find research data. And yes, those are research software, but there's also a much wider definition as well. So what's the role of repositories in this? We need to preserve and archive research software as we do other research outputs. And the UNESCO Open Science recommendation that I showed at the beginning has 5 different types of research outputs. So there's other things that should be considered eventually as well, such as open hardware and open educational resources, which is also really getting some traction. There are vast international repositories that already archive research software, such as Zenodo. Software Heritage is a research software specific archive. But of course, there are many thousands, if not tens of thousands or more, of national repositories that can upload research software, discipline-specific ones, and of course, institutional ones. So the message I often try and give is, just as 10 years ago, institutions realized that research data was the new oil, that it was a valuable asset that we need to leverage and maintain and support. Now that understanding is coming about research software. It's great to have fabulously curated, fair, open research data, but you also need some research software to analyze it. So it's equally important that institutions understand it's a valuable asset that their staff are creating and using, and that it needs to be maintained and supported just like other research outputs. If you're after some ideas on how your open access repository might be able to extend to include research software, this is a great paper to start with. I've just highlighted a couple of the 9 practices. I'm providing guidance to software contributors, establishing authorship policies, and I highlighted the last one about metadata schemas to link you to some of the latest work that's just under the screen sharing icon there. About what are software metadata standards. So the Fair Impact and International Consortium recently released late last year some sort of research software metadata guidelines that are worth using. The other point that I really want to make is that wherever research software is on its journey to be able to be easily archived and preserved and found and made fair, is behind where research data is. So whilst there are many still challenges in enabling curation of research data and ensuring its availability in publications, there's just as many problems in doing that for research software, if not many more. So there's significant work that needs to be done still at the policy level. We saw this presented yesterday by Janet. Incentives, of course, is a huge issue in the cultural change to inspire all elements of the research community to want to support research software and spend their time doing that. Communities are a key part. Education and training skills are still important, even if the infrastructure itself exists. So as we've talked a lot about in the last few days, even if your repositories are fantastic, enabling all sorts of wonderful things, there's a whole lot of other things that need to happen in the ecosystem for the whole system to work and to really realize the value of your infrastructure. So for research software, this is still very much the case. There are still huge numbers of unsolved issues, such as even standardization of metadata. The source that I just gave you was a quite landmark that was released last year, and it's still not as widely adopted as we would like. Just to speak briefly about my organization and where we fit into this ecosystem. So I'm the director of the Research Software Alliance. which has a vision that research software and those who maintain it developed are recognized worldwide as a critical part of the research ecosystem. And we do that by working with decision makers and key influencers across the system. So we try and identify those people who are in charge of major infrastructures or communities or initiatives or playing key roles in national policy making or philanthropic funding and bring them together to discuss some of the common issues. So we started 4 years ago in recognition of the fact that there wasn't an international organization that brought all of the other different initiatives together, but there were fantastic national initiatives and disciplinary initiatives and initiatives focused on particular topics, but they never came together formally in a community, so which is our work. We have a few different staff, and I wanted to highlight it, that we have a staff member here in India, Jody Bogles, who's here today as well. She's also one of the leads of the Research Software Engineering Asia community, which really tries to expand recognition for the role of a research software engineer, which is a role you can talk to Jody that can have many, many different terms, but many different people in institutions may be playing that role and not realizing that's a community they can get involved in to get some support. So we aim to enable discussions across communities that enable organizations or institutions to come together in international collaborations that will solve their local problem whilst also creating an international solution. So sometimes people come to me and say, Michelle, our community is really having this problem. How do we get it solved? And we'll connect you with other people internationally with the same problem, give you the credibility of being an international research task force, and then support you to create that solution. I'm not going to go into detail on these slides, but we work with a range of different parts of the communities. We work with funders, we work with policymakers. We gave formal inputs, for example, to the OECD recommendation that was discussed in one of the slides today or yesterday, and to the UNESCO Open Science recommendation. We work with community leaders in a range of forums and influencers, and also with publishers. We have a Research Software Funders Forum, which engages about 60 different funding organizations from around the world that support research software overtly. And we're always looking for members from other regions, so if you know anyone who should be part of that, let me know. We have a number of task forces, as I said, where we bring together people to solve common problems. This is just a couple that are slightly pertinent here. We're running at the moment in partnership with the Research Data Alliance to identify in research institutions some of the policies that might support research software. So if your organization wanted to better support those personnel and those infrastructure, what does that mean for your intellectual property policies, or for your licensing policies, or for your human resource policies, or your open access repository deposit policies or authorship guidelines? So we have some exemplars from around the world. We have another task force working on authorship and contributions. So it's all very well in the 9 practices that software registries should follow to say that you should have an authorship guideline, but what is authorship in research software or open source software is a really complex question. So we've been doing a bit of work on that. And we've also been doing some work with the publishers on code availability to try and encourage publishers to increasingly require, or at very least encourage, software deposit as part of a publication. And so this was some analysis that came out of that task force that showed that in PubMed Central, only 3.5% of articles were publishing their code. So we have a long way to go. If you're interested in learning more about my organization, you can subscribe to our newsletter or get involved a whole lot of other ways in some of our community discussions. And finally, I'd just like to thank all of our financial partners, our founding members, and our organizational members for enabling us to do the work we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. You're absolutely right. It's been sort of the invisible research output type that we've paid much less attention to, but is equally important because you cannot read or understand research data without the software that you use to create it. And can analyze it. So it's a very important issue. We've got only a couple of minutes before the tea break, so we have time for perhaps one or two questions. If anyone has anything they'd like to pose to our panelists today, we have a question down here. Who are you asking the question to?
My question is to Dr. Jun Maeda-san.
Okay. Okay, so I think it should be okay to use that microphone.
Ohayou gozaimasu. O genki desu ka? My question to Dr. Maeda-san, what is the incentivization you have used for getting the 60 librarians to join in the private university under the JP COAR? Why they have joined? What was the incentivized mechanisms you have done? That's the one question. And the second question is to Al Sugiura regarding the, she was mentioned about the Indian knowledge systems. In fact, in the many Indian knowledge system, one of the biggest problem which we find, because I have done, Sugiura, a couple of projects related to Indian knowledge systems. One of the thing is that how do we protect the knowledge systems of the different people? Because there is a tremendous fear of people will have a piracy, or people will take away the the knowledge systems, and it was very difficult for us to address this. So probably if you can reflect on that.
Were you able to understand the question? We can't hear you.
Hello?
I think maybe you might have to come here. So why don't we, June, why don't you respond, and then you can come up here and ask Guy the question.
Okay,
Maybe you can come up here too.
Thank you for your question. どうもありがとうございます。I was talking about the community networking. So the incentive for the 60 librarians to join JP COAR is to making a good connection with other librarians. This is most important because librarians work in her or his institution day by day, but it means they don't have a good chance to know other librarians outside the institution. Do I make sense? No?
Dr. Jun, let me put it in this way. In India, we have several WhatsApp groups. If I show you, I've got 17 to 18 WhatsApp groups where all the library professionals are networked with each other. But every institutions, every organizations have their own mandate. Say, I'm coming from all the way from Ashoka University, which is one of the largest university in the field of liberal arts and humanities in the country today. And we have an IR. But when I go back and ask that I want to join your open access network and all, there are several questions are addressed to us. So one of the important thing is that if by joining there, what is an ROI?
Okay, for you.
Yes, that's number one. So it is for the other librarians also. We are all very good friends. But the thing is that we have got a very strong network and all. But when coming together at one particular place, one of the main important question is what I'm going to get benefited if I join the network. So what is that incentivized mechanism by which we can join in the networks and all?
Okay, I understand now. Thank you for your supplementary. Okay, in that sense, it's difficult to answer. It's not so it's not also positive for the librarians to join the JP COAR because it means we are not paid. It's just a volunteer work. But we can get good information at early stage from the ministry or some other colleagues in JP COAR that what is going on around the open access or which way we are going to. That cannot be that you cannot get that information just by doing that your job at your institution. So yeah, that's it.
Dr. Sugiara, this is Dr. Shantanu Ganguly. I am the director from the Ashoka University. In one of the verticals which you have shown in your presentation, you talked about the knowledge systems. I have a very pertinent questions because I have worked with the, like for example, Ayurveda, holistic health and all many areas where the knowledge systems have been preserved and conserved. But the basic problem is with that when we do the preservation and the conservation of the knowledge systems, like for example, various kinds of traditional knowledge system. Let me give you an example. Like in one of my projects in NIT Silchar, where a traditional medicine of a snake bite can be easily be recovered by a old man who knows a lot of different kinds of herbs which are grown in the arid areas. So now when we told him that why don't we preserve that knowledge, because that is a tacit knowledge, we want to convert it into explicit knowledge and all, he had a fear that he will lose his daily bread because he is the sole bread earner. So how do you protect this knowledge? I would like to know from the piracy and all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. So yes, first of all, I have to say I'm not an expert at all in this. So your knowledge is much greater than mine. But then what I can say is within them, can you hear me, right? Yes, okay, great. Yes, so is that we, especially then with indigenous knowledge or other knowledge systems, the CARE principle needs to be applied. So CARE principle being collective benefit, authority to control, responsibility, and ethics. And that's yes, that's then the line that we should be going to. And in the outlook, we are looking at. So this is an area that needs a lot more effort and then to really engage fully. So one of the things that have been then assessed, approach that has been looked at to then assess this dialogue is the level of how do we say the level of the spectrum of engagement as well. So if it's like just one person, a researcher coming to a community, then gathering all the knowledge, and then he published, and it all becomes his knowledge, while the local community is not acknowledged. So like your man, I guess. But then so that how then so we should then look at then the this engagement level and have it properly acknowledged. So was it like just extractive with really no engagement with the local community, or was it consultative, or or really like from extractive to kind of self-determine. So was just the researcher actually facilitating then the voicing of this local the knowledge holders, and then the knowledge holder properly acknowledge. So that might be one way as well to then that we promote better then through our collective work this level of engagement, so that to incentivize as well on what we call them. So that's why we have that pillar as well, to acknowledge then the knowledge holders, and give a way to really acknowledge that and have it properly taken in account. So I'm not sure how much is done, and it's one of the weakest pillar that we have at the moment as well. And then so probably then that will be great to benefit as well from your research into all of these. So sorry if my response is not very maybe what you with a solution, but then yes, so that's I guess the way that we can go to have a much more prominent visibility of the knowledge holders when this dialogue is happening.
Thank you very much, Ai. And thank you, everyone. It was a very interesting session. Let's give a last round of applause to our speakers. And we will come back at 5 to the hour. I think it's, well, that's in 20 minutes. So 5 minutes to 11. Right? Or am I in the wrong time? It says 11:05. At 11, come back at 11:25, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Suni from the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. Together with me is Dr. Masashi Kawai from National Institute of Informatics, Japan. We are very proud to be here this morning to share with you the introduction to COAR Community Framework for Good Practices in Repositories. We'll be presenting this session together, and we'll like to share with you a couple of websites as we move along in our presentation. Okay, this is the outline for our presentation. We'll be touching a little bit on the framework, the COAR Community Framework. We'll be sharing with you use cases. So this is where Masashi will be coming in to share with you what Japan is doing with the framework. And of course, I would like to share with you how we are doing it in the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore as well. And last but not least, we would like to do an open call for participation to the India Repository Survey in regard to good practices for repositories. Okay, so here we go. On the framework, and just a show of hands, how many of you have heard of the COAR Community Framework? Just 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. So you're in the right place today, and let us then introduce you the purpose of this framework. So this is to assist repositories to evaluate and improve their current operations based on a set of applicable and achievable good practices. So how did this community framework come? If we were to look at what are the motivations behind the framework, it is where the community is trying to look at. Let me just move. Okay. to look at the existing frameworks and evaluation criteria for repositories. So there are quite a number of them, and the community would like to look at something to put together, looking at all these existing frameworks, to look at how the repositories can perhaps consider some of these different dimensions of the frameworks to help them to improve on their operations regarding various aspects such as discovery, access, reuse, etc. So let us take a look at what are the existing frameworks that are available. There is this data citation roadmap for scholarly data repositories. There's COAR Trust Seal. There's FAIR data principles. There's PLOS criteria that matter. Trust principles for digital repositories. COAR next generation repositories technologies. There's Plan S. So there's just so much to look at, and this is where the version 1 came about. Okay, so version 1 was developed sometime in 2020 after looking at the available frameworks. So with the version 1, the community went about looking at, let us talk about this version 1 together. What else can we consider? So the framework really strives to be a global, multi-dimensional framework for good practices in repositories. So we are just not looking at one type of repositories, for example, publications, but we are looking at publications, institutional repositories for research data, etc., in different geographical and thematic contexts. So the version 2 came about sometime in 2022 after incorporating community inputs. So we would like to share with you what this is. Okay, so for version 2, we are looking at these dimensions. Okay, so discovery, access, reuse, integrity, authenticity, quality assurance, preservation, sustainability, governance, others. Okay, this is really very wordy, but perhaps we can just give you an idea of the different dimensions in terms of essential characteristics as well as desired characteristics. So when you look at the essential characteristics, I think this would be a set of key elements that you might want to consider for your repositories. The desired ones could be looked at after you have taken care of the essential ones. So if you look at discovery, the first one is asking for doubling core metadata. In fact, towards the end of this presentation, we'll be doing an open call to India repositories to participate in a brief survey on the characteristics that your repositories would have. And one of them is this very important question, whether your repository uses metadata like the doubling core. And we just let out the survey link for a couple of months, and we've got a few returns. And most of you who are using DSpace have no problems with this first essential characteristics. Okay. 1.2 is on the OAI PMAH that helps with the harvesting, etc. So I won't be going through all the details here. You can find it in the website. So let me just move on to just perhaps highlight a few essential characteristics for the various dimensions. So 2.1 is where the resources are available at no cost to the resource. Okay, so first and foremost, the resource has to be accessible to anyone who is clicking on the link and at no cost. Okay, so this is one essential criteria. And let us move on to the next essential criteria. Third dimension is the reuse dimension. And this essential characteristic is about whether the repository includes licensing information in the metadata record, which stipulates the reuse conditions for the resource. So if
you are using that metadata field that indicates how people can reuse the resource, whether it is under a CC BY license, etc. That is fulfilling this characteristic. Next dimension would be the integrity and authenticity. So for this essential characteristic, it could include, in this case, there are 3 of them. The first one is on the security practices. This is about, how secure is the site in regard to manipulation of the resources in there. 5th dimension is on the quality assurance, and the 5.1 and 5.2 are pretty similar in the sense that whether there are any efforts behind the scene to ensure the quality of the metadata that is put in there. Okay. 6th dimension would be on preservation. This is about whether the repository has got a digital preservation plan. For how long would the resources be made available on the site, whether it has got a checksum, etc., to ensure preservation. 7th dimension would be on the sustainability and governance. This is where the repository could include some documentation information in its website about which organization is responsible for the repository's management, whether there is a contact point, whether there is a good curation service turnaround, if there's any questions, etc. Last but not least, the other characteristics dimension. So this is where whether the repository includes public-facing documentation about what would be accepted in the repository. So maybe I will hand it over to Masashi right now, who will then share with us on the use cases before I will take over.
No, I'm using this guy. So let me briefly talk about Japan's experience with COAR Community Framework version 1 based survey. This figure is overview of the survey. JP COAR, which is Japanese largest IR community, wanted to understand status of operation quality in Japan. In addition, JP COAR also wanted to understand what type of institutions need help to improve their operation quality. For these reasons, JP COAR distributed the survey to its 700 member institutions. Then JP COAR received 200 responses out of 700. These 200 institutions must be interested in their own operation quality. So after the survey, JP COAR sent feedback to these 200 institutions. So this is the overview of the survey. So next, let me talk about findings for JP COAR. After the survey, JP COAR calculated averages for each section in order to understand the status of operation quality.
And it was found that the best section was sustainability and governance section, which focused on rules regarding responsibility. On the other hand, the worst section is the privacy of sensitive data, which focused on access control functions. So basically, this figure indicates we have good rules, but we have some system problems. But National Institute of Informatics, NII, has started developing access control function. So once the development is completed, the status will be improved. In addition to the status, JPCO also wanted to understand what type of institution need help to improve their operation quality. It was originally believed small institutions such as private universities don't have enough people and need help. So JPCO analyzed the responses and made this kind of figure in order to identify differences in operation quality between small and large institutions. Blue points are large institutions and red points are small institutions. These two figures basically show size of institution doesn't matter. So JPCO should not focus only on small institutions when helping institutions. But it is not still sure why size doesn't matter. Maybe large institutions also don't have enough people to take care of the operation. Anyways, more close analysis, such as interview, is necessary to understand this result. Next, let me talk about some findings for institutions. JPCO sent a chart to the 200 institutions because they must be interested in their own operation quality. So each institution received one chart. Oh, sorry. JPCO sent charts to the 200 institutions because they must be interested in their own operation quality. And each institution received this kind of chart made from its response. And blue part is institution's score, and black part is average score. I introduced on the previous slide. So institution can find good points and bad points by comparing its own score to the average. So this is the end of my slide, but Suni will explain about the system we made for the survey. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Masashi, for taking us through the how Japan made use of that first version. So that was first version. They did the survey and they leveraged on the experience. And then you remember he shared about sending the charts like this to the various participating institutions to the Japanese survey. So we built on that knowledge and experience that he has in Japan on the version 2. So this is the fantastic work of NII, Masashi, who came up with this self-assessment toolkit. So the logo on the left is showing the version 2 badge. Okay, so how does this badge work? Let me just run through the university, the Nanyang Technological University website. But before that, let me just take you through the COAR website. So this is the COAR website where there is plenty of resources out there. And one of them is on the COAR Community Framework for Best Practices in Repositories. So if you click on that, it brings you to the framework. But let me show you this Zenodo link that is still working fine. Yeah, so this page is a full text document, which is a fantastic document that lists all the characteristics which I've shared with you earlier. And let me just take you through the example in the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. So this is the digital repository of NTU, where we have included a badge here. So if you see the bottom of the website, let me just make it a little bit bigger for you. This is the footer of the DSpace installation that we have for our university in NTU. So if you click on the badge for the version 2 self-assessment. Oh, what's wrong? Okay, so sometimes this happens, but this is the badge that you see I have already pre-opened. So okay, so this is the badge where we have that gives you the chart that Masashi earlier mentioned. So this is wonderful because then you can see the gaps and you can see the score on the right. So if I could just make it a bit smaller, you can see there are different dimensions. Dimension 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which I've taken you through just now, and the full list of the essential characteristics you can find in the Zenodo document. If I could just zoom in a little bit about what the top line says about the badge, it says that this badge indicates the repository that has been self-assessed as having all the essential characteristics specified in the COAR Community Framework version 2. It was granted on May 25th of 2023. So anyone is welcome to just participate in this self-assessment. If you get the score for the essential characteristics, you do get a badge which you can insert in your website that will lead to when it was given in terms of when you participated and you fulfilled the essential characteristics requirements and the scoring. So fret not or do not worry if you don't get the badge because you might not be able to meet the essential characteristics at this point of time. But this is a good conversation starter for you to go back to your team and start prioritizing those dimensions that you might want to work on now. Okay, so that is a use case from NTU. The other example which I'd like to share with you is this. Do I have the? Maybe I'll just try to see whether I can open this. This is the other repository that we have in the university, NTU Research Data Repository. So it is a Dataverse installation that we have in the university. And if I could scroll down just to share with you, in the footer, we have also included the COAR Community Framework version 2 self-assessment badge. So it is next to the COAR Trust Seal. So maybe we just love collecting badges. Okay, if I could click on that, it's okay. Okay, it's working fine. So yeah, so you could try to take a look at the self-assessment tool. Is the link available somewhere? We have the essential characteristics, but the link is, should be somewhere in the COAR website. Maybe, yeah, we have to look at where. But for the India repositories, we would like to invite you to participate in a brief version of the characteristics survey first. Okay, so that is what we would like to share with you. But maybe in regard to the good practices, we thought that it could be useful for us to share with you also a little bit about why is it important to make sure that you go after the essential characteristics. So, for example, in this case, it is a Google Scholar indexing criteria that asks for example, Google users must be able to see some of these things like the abstract or the first full page. Okay, so if you were to consider the characteristics like whether the metadata is harvestable in places like academic search engines, that will really help a lot. Let me just carry on with the presentation from there. So I've shared with you about the two repositories that we have. for papers and for research data where we can have the badges for them as well. Okay, so do participate in the India repository survey. And if I could share with you the QR code, do you want your collections to be discoverable and to be used by others around the world? And what are the repository best practices? Okay, so we have developed a more concise version of what we have based on the very long list of essential characteristics. We have customized this for India repositories, and if you could invite your friends or colleagues who are managing repositories in India to look at this survey, just fill it up, and we'd like to do an analysis of where things are, and maybe we could have a conversation from there on. So I think that will very nicely lead to the subsequent sessions that we have for the rest of the day. Okay, so a little bit about the India survey. Not so many sections. You know, we were looking at like 7 or 8 dimensions, but we have simplified it a little bit. So section A is a little bit about your repository. B is whether it's open, whether the resources are open to the public, whether people can click and view or search, etc. Section C is on the metadata standard and persistent identifiers. Section D is about indexing, reuse, etc. Okay, so these are the details. Perhaps we could just focus a little bit about the metadata standard and persistent identifier. So let me see whether I have more details here. Okay, so the question, the metadata in the repository are indexed by external academic discovery services and aggregators. Why is this an important question? Let me try to impress you by looking at the Google Scholar profile. Because as a librarian myself, who is helping professors with their citation reports, we look a lot at their Google Scholar profiles. So for this case, this is one of the NTU's professors. He does have publication items that may not be indexed in places like Scopus, Web of Science. However, if he deposits a copy in the DRNTU, in the university repository, it could get indexed and it could accumulate citation counts. I recall yesterday's session was about recognition, about the research impact, and this is how the repository can play a role. If I could just draw your attention to this particular publication that was deposited in the university IR, it does accumulate citation counts. Okay, so that helps a lot. And if you click on the link, it brings you to the cover page for that resource that was deposited in the IR. So it says a little bit about this document is downloaded from the university's repository, and then it gives the citation which people can reuse, include in their reference list. It comes with a handle. And it says very clearly that this is the author-created version of a work that has been peer-reviewed and accepted. Okay. So this is where it helps a lot when repositories are trying to help authors achieve that kind of research impact monitoring. Because if you look at the good practices of research repositories, one of them is asking for this. Okay? So this is why it's so important to ensure that the metadata is indexed by these discovery services. And in this case, the example I've just shared with you is specific to Google Scholar. Okay? So the responses could be yes, no, or I don't know. Another example is question 2. The repository is included in one or more disciplinary or general registry of repositories. So it is great if people can also find your repository in these registries. Okay, so by participating in the survey, you'll be given some of these examples which you could consider. So it's not just asking a question, yes, no, or I don't know, but it does give you a few good examples to consider, and that could be a conversation starter with you and your colleagues. Okay, so that's the end of our presentation. Thank you. I hope I will pronounce this right. Danyavad. Thank you. Any questions? There is a question? Yeah.
Thanks for the nice presentation.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
Do you hear me now? Sorry. Yeah, thanks for the nice presentation. I was also wondering, the badge, the idea of the collecting badges is nice, but I was also wondering if the principles of open scholarly infrastructure, so can they be also, I already see that some of them are adopted in the essential ones, but could they also be fed into principles of open scholarly infrastructure such that that one is also qualified?
Sorry, I can't quite hear you.
So
the last part.
The principles of scholarly infrastructure that was released in 2015, I guess. So that's for all the scholarly infrastructures that would have like different dimensions about governance and how, if it is community driven or if it's private driven and all of those. I see that some of the elements are covered in your survey, but can you also feed that in forward to the POS? It's called POSing, and if you can use that, then it's a kind of, again, signal virtue, but then it's similar to collecting badges, but trying to in the larger picture of it, trying to be compliant towards this POSing.
Would Kathleen like to comment on that? She's the mastermind behind the framework, so it's better that you invite the mastermind.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting suggestion, actually. And we have the plan for this year to update to version 3 for the best practices framework. From our perspective, we don't want to create a framework that is too difficult for the average repository to be able to achieve. So we're really trying to get a balance. Some of the existing frameworks out there right now are just, you have to be a completely very well-resourced repository. For example, I was talking to the person who runs PubMed Central, like one of the biggest repositories in the world, and they cannot be COAR Trust Seal compliant. So the whole reason why we did this was to create a framework that was achievable and feasible for repositories, and to be able to help to encourage them with, in a way, small steps to improve their practices in an incremental way. I totally agree with most of those principles, so I definitely think we should look at them in our next round, and we have a group of a working group that makes the final decision about which goes in, but certainly we could put them in the desired characteristics side of the framework. So thank you for that suggestion.
Any?
Thank you for the nice presentation. I have a question around the OAI harvesting that you want. How you are planning to deal with the inconsistency among the metadata schemas? Because OAI does the harvesting. What it does not do is deal with the inconsistency dc.creator versus dc.contributor.author. What's your view on this? That's one thing. another question is something I asked Dr. Gaur also yesterday. We, what's the focus area here? Is this the interoperability between the schema, or it is? Are we also dealing with knowledge graphs? Because it's not only about having the metadata in the metadata elements. It's also about interoperability. Is also about dealing with the human aspect. You search it as a book, you search it as a kitab in Hindi, and I might be doing something else. So what is the plan around these two aspects of interoperability?
Kathleen, do you have any experience with that?
It's metadata is a really challenging thing because what we have been trying to do is recommend standardized approaches to metadata. That's really hard to do. Everybody wants to have their own metadata schema. The UK has UK COAR, Europe has OpenAir, JP COAR has JP COAR, and part of the reason why there are those differences is that there are some distinct needs. So I think trying to get a balance there is our approach is to try to get a balance in terms of, let's say, using the right element, trying to define the title element in a way where it's used in the same way by all the different schemas, because gosh, it was 10 years ago that we tried to bring together these various networks to agree on a common schema, and we finally kind of gave up because it wasn't going to work. I think on the harvesting side, there's curation that can be done to improve the metadata that's coming from the repositories. I know that La Referencia does quite a lot of human curation of the metadata that they receive after they aggregate it. I think OpenAir does. I think you mentioned you do some curation. I don't know if it's with the metadata, but so it's quite a challenging problem, and we are trying to move the community towards common practices in that area, but it's sort of you really need to have these very strong networks, communities of practice who agree on specific approaches to that, and then have them apply that in their local repository.
Thank you. Actually, we have solved this problem and automated this, so happy to engage on this.
Okay, I'd love to hear what your solution for the problem
is. Solved in the Africa because Africa Union run the catalog for entire Africa, and they are kind of tied up with what 35 donors, content donors. So they have the same problem. It is solved, and same we are doing for one of the African country right now for the healthcare content.
Okay.
So
well, maybe we can talk about it over lunch.
Yeah, sure.
I'd love to hear about it. Thank you.
Any other question? No? Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
A hand for our speakers. Thank you so much, Sundi and Masashi. And I'll turn the podium over to Brushali, who's going to moderate our next.
Yeah, good afternoon all. So after best practices in repositories, we are going further for challenges and future plan in local repositories. So our today's session speakers will be Dr. Devika and Dr. Mahesh from NISCARE and Dr. Nabi Hassan. So I just want to invite Devika ma'am, and I think we can give 15 minutes for the presentation and then 5 to 10 minutes for the question. Over to you.
Good afternoon. As promised, I'm back again here. Thanks to Kathleen, Rushali, and UNESCO for having me here. And on another topic which is of concern to me and for us at InflibNet certainly, what about the plans for our local repositories? I mean, we may like to think that repositories are repositories, okay? And what about what are the issues? But certainly there are issues that we need to sort of start noticing. So I've been given 15 minutes, so I try to make use of 10 of that at least. There are local repositories here. Of course, they play a very crucial role. In the Indian scenario, we have all types of local repositories. We might think that they are only scholarly publication repositories, but no, we have many other types of repositories and resources. And we also have the local repositories with local languages as well. So this brings another dimension. So we have local repositories. They are not without the challenges. Some of the challenges are listed here. Are it's not working again. The sustainability, cross-lingual and multilingual capabilities that we have to look into, content acquisition and the rate at which content is really coming, the metadata quality, interoperability issues, preservation and storage issues, access and discovery issues, issues with community engagement, and of course the policy and governance issue. At every level, we are facing challenges. Like I already said yesterday, at InflibNet we are running the nation's biggest ETD repository, and we have members pan-India. They are from urban, semi-urban, and even some of the universities in rural, where they have problems with network. Somebody has problems with how they can upload. They need some training. Somebody has a problem with the legalities of it. Somebody has a problem with workflow management. So we, on a day-to-day basis, my team is solving at least a dozen such problems every day. So we are very aware of these different problems. Not that we have solutions to all of these, but we try to take them case by case and try to resolve whatever problems each one is facing. So by and large, that's what I tried to simply summarize those problems that we are getting. The problem of sustainability, sustainable repositories, sustaining repositories over long term requires some kind of a dedicated funding and an assurity of funding. Like yesterday I said that we have run more than 65 workshops in India that resulted in starting of repositories, and we were very happy, but some of them didn't last long. Okay, so whenever we get the funding in project mode, the repository runs only for the span of the project, and that's it. And then we do not know how to build the bridge from there to the next project, or how to imbibe that into the system and such things. And I will be telling from our part, from InflibNet side, what we tried to do and how we try to handhold some of these repositories in India. Then content acquisition is another problem. How do we really manage to get content into these repositories? Shantanu was just pointing out to me that we could say preprint repositories, but it's really published content. We cannot expect it to flow, though some people think they could, and they were questioned for putting some published content that was under embargo period. Even the preprint, which was very close, like they are now doing similarity checks, preprint and published content, which is very close, needs to be taken down. This is new. This was news to me also. I thought preprint is preprint. So with 2 word change, I can be safe and then host something on preprint. This was my notion, but some had to be taken down because the similarity was upwards of 98% to the published content. So we are not safe even there. So what exact content we could attract to the repositories is a question. Well, for us it was rather easy because we come under the University Grants Commission of India, and which mandated that thesis and dissertations of the universities of India has to be deposited with our repository. Not that only encouraged the participants and members, but we did a little trick. What we did was we linked this up with the ranking of the universities in some measure. So that naturally drove content to our repository. So sometimes we have to take some strategic decisions and make people take strategic decisions on our side. So content acquisition is always a question, and it is very, very closely linked, as I'm trying to say, to the policy of the repository itself. You have to assure the participants that their content is welcome, their content is protected, and their content is legally viable on that repository. So metadata quality is again a big, a huge question. We might think that we implement something like Dublin Core and we are done. No, we are not. That's only the beginning of our problems. Like I said, we are aggregating content from different parts of India, and a part of my team spends all their time in curating these metadata elements before we really can publish. So we spend quite a bit of time on curating the metadata so that the metadata is quality metadata. And some of my staff is writing back to the person who is uploading that what kind of metadata. They just put stars, and we made it mandatory field, so they put some stars and dashes and something and then said upload. Okay. And then my colleague went and wrote to somebody, and they said, that somebody said, I am not the author of this thesis, I'm only uploading. Why are you expecting metadata from me? I don't know what this is all about, so I cannot give you the metadata. So they have their problems on their side. So we face such things also. Interoperability, of course, with tools like DSpace, which is predominantly used in India, at least at one level, we can say that the interoperability can be taken care of, where the implementations have taken care of putting the proper metadata workflows in place. The other one, in a country like India, of course, we talk about the multilingual aspect and the cross-lingual aspects of the data that is coming. In the Shodh Ganga repository, we have about 60,000 theses in Hindi, and they are sitting there, and I cannot frankly say that we have a dedicated discovery system only for that language. We are, however, working with the National Institute of Standards and Technology, USA, to adopt some of their routines which they had used for language translations, and a nice method that they use, which is computationally viable and that we are trying to adopt. We'll see. We'll go into research into that, and then we'll see where that takes us. But anyway, I want to point out that in a country like India, multilingual content and how we deal with it is a question. We have 22 official languages and 1,300 plus dialects. Some of the languages, a few of the languages use the same script. So you cannot say that I have implemented Unicode and I'm done with it. No, you still speak other languages on the same code. It's other language on the same code. So that becomes a problem. And giving the cross-lingual capability to people to query in their own language that they are comfortable in and retrieve in another language is another capability that we are looking at. And also metadata in local languages. It's not only enough to have the actual resource capability. We can upload anything that is a computer file and say we have done Hindi or Odia or Kannada or whatever. But the metadata also needs to be related to the content that is hosted. So that is one more. And after giving the multilingual and cross-lingual capacity, the last mile connect will of course be through translation services. I did take note of what Irina said yesterday, that the core best practices for regional and local languages has been published. I think we would need to tweak a little bit more than that for adjusting to our 22 official languages and more dialects to really deal with translation. In that regard, though Irina and yourself have said that it's not very advisable to take automated translation services, though we don't have to take them at their face value, I think 80% efficiency they give us. So to just take us off the ground, that we could rely upon it at the first level, and then keep looking at how we could solve the problems that are there in the translation. That would really be time saving and cost saving, because translations can cost some. So that would be via media that I would suggest that we take. Preservation and storage is another problem. like again coming back to my 500,000 theses and dissertations that we have, can you even imagine the cost that we are paying to preserve this, have lots of copies, keep it safe model? We are paying quite a bit to sort of do this, and it costs. This is something people should realize, that once they have the repository up and running and at a certain stage of maturity, they have to start thinking of investing into preservation and how exactly they will achieve this. Access and discovery, again, over disparate sets has become very problematic. If you have a continual one type of homogeneous content, it's fine, but over disparate sets, what kind of access and discovery mechanisms that we can provide? Having a community engagement, again, to give my own example of InflibNet, we try to get together users meets often. We try to get people to discuss their problems. Many of them, like I said yesterday, said they could not start off their OR IR for various reasons. Some of them were technical reasons, some of them were know-how reasons, some of them were just not knowing what to do. So we engaged with the community, and we have been hand-holding them. Like I said, we have about 75 plus cloud instances who we are helping to completely put them on the cloud and run it for them. They're branded as that university, so you don't see our logo there, but then we are helping them in the background. So we engage a lot with the IR and the repository community in India through this. The basic thing that is required is policy and governance. So I can say that for Shodhaganga, for the ETD part of it, we were lucky enough that the mandate came from up above. That's the University Grants Commission. So that was fine. But then we never ever really had a document called the policy and governance document for such a thing. So we don't pay much attention to this, but it is very much required that we pull our socks up and bring up the policies which also build in sustenance to our repositories. Now, aspirational or some future plans that we have are like this: to have integration of these repositories with the research workflow itself. We have various other tools there where we are helping the researchers of India to do their research, and we are also giving some resources to them, again through curated repositories, research resources repositories. It's called Shodhaganga, Show the Chakra project of InflibNet. So how can we seamlessly integrate the research workflows? This is one question. And how to also interoperate with the various open science initiatives that have been mentioned over here. How we could enhance the metadata and the interoperability of these repositories. Like I said, right now it's a lot of hands-on work that we are doing. I mean, manual curation that we are doing, or something in dialogue with our members. This is the kind of thing which essentially is resource heavy, and we have to find some way of streamlining this process. And then we have to also think of how we really do the data management services. Right now, Shodhaganga is text only. The text of the ETDs, the electronic thesis and dissertation, is what is now being deposited into our Shodhaganga. But I only came on the team a few months back, and I asked, what about the data? What about the data behind all this thesis and dissertation? We don't have a single one, because that was not created at all. So we are in the process of making a workflow where the data sets also will be solicited and populated alongside the thesis that are there, because it makes no sense to just have the text of a thesis and not the data set. But then that would bring a whole lot of other issues. How do we do the data management? How do we manage the data repository alongside this scholarly content repository? So we will cross this bridge when we come to that bridge. That's what I think right now. So of course, there also we have to think of long-term preservation for data and prioritize what kind of strategies that we will be working. We are also looking at the collaborative network, which Kathleen and I have been discussing over the past few days, how And we have also heard about the JP Core initiative and what they are doing in JP Core and such things. So it's time to forge such a network so that we bring all the issues to the table and then look at solving one by one. And we are through that looking at the community engagement and outreach, and also through that looking at other issues. So again, aspirational is a lot of discussion going on about the AI based solutions. So can we adopt some of these for the content acquisition and quality control, or metadata enrichment, enhanced search and discovery, what we could do. So my team is also looking at what are all the AI based solutions that we could bring into, which would help us deal with some of these issues that we have. So with that, I think I'll just say thanks, and I'll be very happy to take any questions.
After all presentation, question will take at last. Thank you, ma'am, for giving a wonderful view of the challenges. Now, next speaker is Dr. Mahesh Ji from MISCARE. He's a chief scientist and head of science communication and dissemination at CSIR headquarters. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Roshali. So, I will be talking to you about some of it, not some of it, I would say all of it, all the challenges before the local repositories she has so nicely addressed. So, I might address, talk about one or two one or two issues based on a little study that we had done. So Vijendra Kumar here, he is not in this room, but he is the assistant professor at the Central University of Rajasthan presently. Now in 2015-2016, when Vijendra Kumar, he was a inner person, I mean, a research intern at the National Science Library. He did a very small study. You know, it was around the time when open access policies were there in many institutions, including CSIR, where I belong to. So 2006, 2007, we came up with our open access repository, and we thought we should look at how active are our repositories. So what we did was that you know, from DOIR and ROAR, the two registries, directory and registry, we identified the 69 repositories, Indian repositories that existed in DOIR and ROAR at that point in time. And every month, on the last day of every month, we would visit all these 69 repositories and note down how many deposits happened during that month, so that we just look at how active our repositories were. So with the 1 year data, we you know, published a small paper in one of India's leading journals, The Current Science, and it was a very short communication. And what we found was that out of the 69 repositories, only one item was added, at least one item was added by a repository. There were 12 repositories that added at least 12 items a month. But then, you know, the second one, which was that in a period of 1 year, the 12-month period, there were 17 repositories that did not add a single item, which means that the repository was created, but they were not active. And of course, there were 40 which added items irregularly, and so on and so forth. So yeah, so these were some of the repositories. Of course, Shodh Ganga heads and shoulders above all others, with 50,000 above 50,000 repositories at that point in time. And this were the list of few repositories there, and you also have the CSIR repository which is the NISPER open access periodical repository with about 2,000 items at that point in time. So based on this little, I mean, of course, it was a 1-year data gathering. So what we wrote at that point in time was that open access institutional repositories are lagging despite availability of mandates and policies. And researchers and scientists do not seem to be enthusiastic unless it is top driven and you have mandates. They are not very keen. This is something what Dr. Devik also mentioned, a challenge, which scientists are not interested in depositing their preprints. And of course, they prefer to publish in APC-based open access journals. And even after open access policies being there for more than a decade, the open access repositories have not caught on in India. After the article was published, one of the leading newspapers in India, the Hindu, they, based on the paper that we wrote and few more inputs, they came up with this article in 2017. They said the sorry state of Indian repositories. Now, when Vishali contacted me sometime last in September, I thought it might be almost 10 years have gone by. I thought it might be worthwhile to revisit how active are our repositories. So we redid the same exercise. So we went back to the DOAR and ROAR, and the number of repositories, as can be seen, has grown, but then outright there were 54 repositories whose URLs were not working, or when we searched Google, again we found that the repositories were not active, although listed in these registries. And ROAR itself had problems. Their own site was down for quite some time, as some of you would know. Now we did the same data gathering and then tabulated it. And of course, these are Indian repositories in both DOR and ROR 67, only in DOAR 38 and only in ROR 42. Now this is what it is. 39 repositories, 6 months, so 28 weeks, almost 6 months, because the event got postponed, so there was some more time. So this, what we did is every week, every Friday, we would visit the repository and look at how many articles were, or items rather, were added in these repositories. So again, there were about 12, so active repositories, 69 in 2015-16, and here we are talking about 51 repositories, in fact, active repositories. So it remains more of the same. Then 12 repositories did not add any item during the 6-month period. And yeah, we also did a quick comparison on the number of items then and now. Shodhganga grown 10-folds. Yeah, Krishikosh much more, and some that existed then are not really active today. So that's another bit of information that got. And then the last slide is based on the suggestions or observations that we made in 2015-16. This is the only modification that I would like to make, which is that we're still lagging behind despite mandates, policies, and all that. Still not very enthusiastic. Say more increasingly, because our papers in open access journals are growing, but not so when it comes to repositories, except a very few. And even after two decades of being around, open access repositories have not really caught on. So that's that. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir, for nice presentation. Now we have Dr. Nabi Hassan, who is librarian and head at Central Library of Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vishali, for giving me this opportunity. In fact, the topic I am going to talk about is basically, I am leader there. I am leading the team of young 35 professionals. I have like one of the best team in the country. All are very qualified, and I have people who are working very hard behind the scene.
And some of these slides which I am going to present are basically, I have a colleague, Dr. Mohit Garg, who is working on all these areas, and I have Dr. Manu, then Shankar Chauhan, and one of my ex-intern who is with Ashoka University is Sadhbir Chauhan. He is BTech in Computer Science and of course Library Science. He worked very hard with me at IIT Delhi, and the website, all those things that you can see are basically his brainchild. He is very young, but I think I have a very good team. So, so some of the things, most of the things have already been covered by Professor Devika. So some of the things I am going to touch from like my presentation. I think local repositories are playing very important role in any institution. In IIT Delhi as well, because like especially for visibility and impact of our research and especially ranking. So like I will be sharing, earlier we were not like uploading our full text thesis, but because of a dictate from the ministry for ranking thing and all those things, we have yet not started uploading our thesis on our institutional repository, but we are forced to like upload on Shodh Ganga, and we are doing it happily as a library professional, but there are some institute issues like which are stopping us in doing many of the things which we want to do. So I think from last one day you might be seeing that there is a good growth of institutional repositories in the world or maybe in India as well, and now you are seeing it's a not a it's a national repository which is growing very fast, and it is one of the biggest repository, Shodh Ganga. So madam may not be aware, but I was given that certificate because I was university librarian of Aligarh Muslim University that time. So my institution was #1 in like uploading the number of theses. So in one of the like your ETD conference, the national ETD conference, I was given that certificate as well by the then director. So we have been participating very actively, but because of some institutional constraint, sometimes we are forced to like bit be away from these things. So now open research data repositories are also including, and India is also contributing in this part as well. But after DSpace 7, I think there is a scope of adding these things as well in your IR. So my team is exploring, instead of having a data repository, I think you can use DSpace latest version, which can help you in adding this data as well. And IIT Delhi is running, you can say, thousands of projects. So there is a requirement in some of the international projects for having the data repository as well. So I think Professor Devika has already covered that we have many challenges as far as the local repositories are concerned, like low awareness and participation, content quality and quantity, then technical infrastructure and interoperability issues, sustainability and funding. Like we are starting the repository, but we are not able to maintain it. Like Dr. Mahesh shared that many of the URLs are not working. It means most of those repositories are not functional. Then there are copyright and licensing issues, like what you can upload, what you cannot upload. So I was also having an impression that preprint can always be uploaded. Now we have to rethink. We have not received any complaint until now, but we have been uploading, but we have to revisit that as well. So IIT Delhi is one of the early adapter of all the technologies as far as the libraries in India is concerned. This may be because of the reason my team is very young. Most of the team members are bachelor or very young, recently got married. So we are working very hard. In fact, we start working after 5:30. All the serious works we are doing after 5:30, and we are working until late, or there is no limitation of time. Our time of reaching office is almost fixed, but there is no going back. So I think we have a very good team. Our spouses also understand all these limitations. Like I'm the oldest one in the library, you can see. I'm also not that old, just 50. So I'm very lucky that I have a very young team, very qualified and motivated people, and we have a very good career progression as well. Like everyone is given due promotion on time, and we have lot of other perks as well, which other institution may not be having. Like we have professional development funds and other funds which we can utilize for visits or all those purposes. So I think Dr. Mohit and his team, with support from experts, so we have already installed DSpace 7, and now we are using this DSpace 7, and we are adding many things. We have yet not started uploading full text PhD thesis, although we have uploaded on Shodh Ganga, because you will be surprised to know that the copyright of the PhD thesis is with student in IT Delhi. IT Delhi is not having the copyright, so we still have some legal issues, but because of ranking and other things, we have started uploading. So we are trying to fix all those issues, and we are trying to add many more content, whether it is preprint, postprint, our different minutes, and many more things we are continuously adding. And I think we would like to use this platform only for our data as well, instead of using a separate data repository. So I think just took fresh data, and I think people are visiting our institutional repository. People are taking advantage of our repository, and of course the DSpace 7 is good because its user interface is quite friendly, and you can see many of the things easily. Anyone has installed DSpace 7 in India here? Anyone? Okay. 7, very good. Okay, and of course the admin UI is also good as far as the DSpace 7 is concerned, and the processes you can see, like logs, everything is visible. So it is very easy. Installation may have some issues, but once you have and we are running all these services on Badal Cloud, which is basically Ministry of Education cloud. We are not using any standalone machine. Luckily, the Badal Cloud is hosted in the library building as well, so sometimes we can approach physically as well if the things are not settled. So of course there are various challenges. The first challenge is that the copyright issue, because the copyright of the thesis is with the IIT Delhi student. It is not with the IIT Delhi, although they are using our facilities, but we have a different culture. We are promoting the people who are actually doing the work. It is not like taking the credit, but we are promoting our student, and like lot of lot of patents and other things are coming out of those research work, and we have found that there are serious misuses as well. Like when we are uploading the full text thesis, we could see that the people are publishing that thesis as book itself. Like you are the author of that thesis, you are the author of the book as well, published by someone else. You don't know who has published that book, but the royalty or the commercial things are taken care of by them. So there are lot of misuses. So lot of discussion is going on about the content of the thesis or the document those are generated from IIT Delhi, and of course we have some limitations with IPR or copyright or other issues, but our theses are discoverable through Shodh Ganga and also through NDLI as well. So I think the usage is increasing. As a library professional, we wish to promote our content. We wish that all our theses are uploaded, and I think in next 1 or 2 months, madam, you will see that IIT Delhi will be having the maximum thesis, because we have already splitted all the thesis as per the requirement of Shodh Ganga, except the newer one like 23 or 24. So you all understand, like there are lot of players in this institutional repository thing. There are lot of key stakeholders. There is lot of collaboration required among the people like researchers or research supervisor, or whether these are funding agencies or like library people. So we need to have collaboration with key stakeholders to improve local repositories. Like we need to involve researchers. We have to convince our uh, like institute authorities, like making these research available to public will give them more visibility. In fact, there should be mandate that all the public funded research should be publicly available. The reports, all those things should be publicly available. And of course, uh, policymakers may take some decisions. Some of the like organizations are taking decisions like CSIR and others, or DST. And I don't know, will there be any role of One Nation One subscription in this regard? Because there are two parts of One Nation One subscription. One is like making the content accessible to most of the people, and second part was like paying the APC charges. Okay, so when these two things are supported by One Nation One subscription, then of course the content will be more discoverable, and the visibility will also improve. So I am representing a centrally funded technical institution in one of those committees. So we had lot of discussion initially, and I hope systems like One Nation One subscription will be able to help whole of the country in making the content accessible, discoverable, and of course when you are able to access the content, you will be able to publish as well. So these are some of the like plan, like we want to develop data repository, but of course with DSpace 7 or later version, I think 7.6, or those are not stable versions. I think we will be able to have a better data repository, whether part of DSpace or maybe a separate. Then we want to provide access to metadata of faculty publications, like faculty publication which are not indexed by Scopus or Web of Science. Especially we have a humanities faculty where we have 50 faculty members. So IIT Delhi is not about science and technology only. We have a big department of humanities and social science. We have a department of management studies which is ranked 4th and 5th among IMs. So we want to make their content discoverable, which are not indexed all the time by Scopus and Web of Science. And we want to enable searching and discovery of our content through different services, whether it is Google Scholar, COAR, Base, or any other. Then repository index in the directories, uh, like our earlier DSpace was discoverable through Open Door and all those things. So we'll see how our content may be more discoverable with these international like platforms. And although we have a IPR and copyright policy, but that is not supporting our open access mandate. In fact, I was sent to University College London in an exchange program to explore all these things, but still I'm just pushing, because people are still not prepared to make everything discoverable, because they may have some reservation. So I think we need to help people understand the value of making the content discoverable, because now we have to have some better improved ranking as well, because lot of international students are coming, and with our Abu Dhabi campus already operational, I think we need to frame better policies or guidelines, and we have to see the scope of resources accepted in the repository. And of course we are also working on the implementation of some best research data management practices. And many of you might not be aware that IIT Delhi has the ORCID project, like my colleague Dr. Mohit Garg is the PI, so he has been given some of the responsibilities. He has received grant as well. So behind the scene lot of things are going on, and as part of our ORCID project at Central Library IIT Delhi, many things are going on, and we are also developing institutional digital archive, because like physical archive may be available, but we want to showcase all the things right from the inception of the institution in a digital form. So initially it was Imperial Institute of Technology IIT. Now it's a Indian Institute of Technology Delhi. So we have lot of things to showcase. Those we all want to cover. So with this, I would like to sum up that local IRs, of course, play very crucial role, and they help you to not only document your content or research, but they also help you to improve the visibility and ranking of the institution. Uh, However, these repositories face various challenges that is stopping us in effectiveness and in the sustainability as well. And by implementing targeted strategies and future plans uh, like capacity building. In fact, every week we have at least one or two programs in IIT Delhi which are not generally open for others. But if someone is coming, we are like welcoming them. Recently we had a lecture by Kruti, so she helped. So whoever good resource person is in Delhi, we are trying to take help to help our faculty members and students to understand that. So the IR of IIT Delhi is a vital platform for showcasing and disseminating the scholarly output of the institute, faculty, researchers and students. But of course, visibility, impact of research and our ranking is very important because it is a very key institution. So if students are coming from other countries, they are seeing the ranking in QS and NIRF as well. So of course, these are I am presenting here, but the work, the people who behind the scene are my team, especially Dr. Mohit and Manu, who are working very hard uh, to make our people's life easy. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
So first, thank you all speakers to finish the presentation within time limit. And as you saw, these are the big organization like Devika ma'am with InfibNet, Mahesh sir with CSR, and Hassan sir with IIT Delhi. They are having lot of technical staff, a lot of support from the IT teams. But like we are the small librarian working with a small institute, so we have different challenges. We are not getting any support, and like single librarian is working for all. That's why our most of IRs not yet open. So any questions from the participants to all the speaker, you can, the floor is here.
Yeah. So my question can be answered by any one of you, either Devika ma'am, Navi sir or Mahesh sir, and it is related to the data migration. Suppose an institute and small institute who aspire to set up an institutional repository, what challenges it can face when it comes to data migration, curation, or making the metadata more searchable and making it more visible.
Maybe I will be kind on your neck. You have to turn and look at me.
Thanks a lot.
So, the thing you asked a good question, and this is I think across the board when you talk two things about initiation of a repository or migration of a repository. These are two different things. However, in my talk, even before I came to InfibNet for 30 years now, I have been stressing on open mantra, follow open mantra when you do the repositories, where one of the policies, the golden standard is to go for open standards. So if in any format you have a database or whatever, you followed open standards, then there is no problem for us to help you, handhold you to migrate data. But many times when even I'm talking about, we have the National Union Catalog of Bibliographic Records. Don't ask me the problems with it. Though I have said for 30 years about these golden standards, people follow their own standards or deviations rather, and then they come to InfibNet and say we'll be part of ECAT. Then the curve becomes much more steeper for us to get them on board. So the mantra is follow the open standards, be as standard compliant as possible. Tools keep changing, I agree with it over time, but then the safer part is if we follow the standards.
Thank you.
It's an incubation bed for professionals.
Yeah. No, I have question for Dr. Mahesh. Yesterday I was talking about sciencecentral.in, and in that place also contents are not growing. So all the DST, DBT institutions, they have library professionals, but they are not adding some contents on sciencecentral.in. This is one point. And another thing is that upgrading and upscaling of CSIR journals. So you are part of CSIR. So some of the journals are publishing less than 100 articles in a year. So can you upgrade and upscale those journals so that you can accommodate more articles and reduce the cost of APC? Because other journals are asking APC, and your journals can capable of handling 1,000 articles in a year. So why not adding them? And why you are wasting our foreign currencies to other foreign publishers? So
okay, thanks, Dr. Anup. So the first question, related to the CSIR repositories. So there was a time when it was required for every laboratory of CSIR, that is, we have 37 laboratories all over the country. So each of these laboratories to create repositories and upload the research papers, preprints, and also a central harvester. So today the central harvester is not working. I just checked this morning; it was not working. It's been down. Not sure how long it's been down. And the repositories are also not in a good shape. So I'm just talking about. Of course, we have the NOPR. It's doing well. It's been going on for quite some time. But that is the periodical repository. That's actually easy. We are not dependent on anyone for populating the repository. But then getting the preprint repository going is really a challenge. So it does require mandates. So we do not have mandates. We do have a policy, but then getting people to adhere to the policy is very difficult. So that's unless it's going to be linked with something like what InfluxNet does within the CSIR, there is a requirement that every scientist has to upload preprints. It's really not going to work. So that's the first question. And the second about periodical. See, Indian journals. We could talk a lot about it, but I understand yesterday there was a discussion on because this is something that is related to research evaluation. When we talk about why are we not getting more papers in Indian journals, why are Indian journals doing very badly? If you recall, 1931, the first issue of Current Science, not first issue, the first volume, one of the issues of Current Science. We don't know who wrote the editorial. Someone attributed to Dr. C.V. Raman himself, but it is an unnamed editorial, and there were a set of editors with Current Science, so we really don't know who wrote the editorial. But in 1931, the editorial, I'm just paraphrasing, what it said was that we are, Indian authors are not publishing in Indian journals because they would like to get their best works published in foreign journals for recognition. And so that situation remains. Unless you get good papers, your impact factor is not going to go up. And unless your impact factors are high, you are not going to get enough papers. So it is a chicken and egg kind of a situation. And we did brainstorm on the possibility of CSIR starting a mega journal. But then it's very difficult, as you said, very difficult to get good quality papers. Even within CSIR, see, at least because CSIR, we publish something like 6,000, 8,000 papers in a year. And we don't, CSIR scientists really do not prefer to publish CSIR papers in CSIR journals. So that says something, right? So it's a difficult situation. I'd like to leave it at that. Thanks. Is there time for one more question? So I was wondering what is the state or what would be the way forward to move about repositories that are inactive, because that's an interesting observation between like over the decade that there have been a lot of repositories that have gone very inactive, and what would be the future of them? And there was the second observation that I made was that it's mandated that the thesis need to be uploaded in the national database, but it's no mandate that every PhD student will get a PhD only if they manage to upload it. And the copyright is also not owned by the author themselves, but the institution, which is a bit surprising for me that the top-down mandate is coming, but then it's not in a direction that is very clear.
Yeah, the PhD thesis copyright will be with the research scholar. That's undeniably there. We cannot take it away. But even then, because the UGC has mandated, we have seen a steady flow of so because of the mandate, it's doing fine with this record. But similar mandates don't exist for other, like Dr. Mahesh just said. CSIR is the single most, the biggest scientific funder of research in this country. They fund research 100% to the lab. Still, they cannot mandate that the research produced from that lab has to go to India. This mandate is rather promotions they get when they publish in high impact journals. High impact journal is equal to something published in Northern Hemisphere, right? So that is global South, global North discussion. So this problem is perception, and also we are talking about scientific culture. This become a scientific culture that they have to get to high citation and high impact culture. So slowly but surely, we would like to change this. I have at a proposal stage a proposal for a platform for Indian journals, including metrics for Indians publishing in Indian journals, to simply encourage that Indian scientific content could be reported. I don't like to discriminate between something open and open, whether it is Indian or international. I don't like to discriminate that, but still, it's a matter of concern that the Indian journals are really not. For that reason, we have even proposed Bharat Index, and so for Bharat to cite each other and use each other's work in research more than using others. These are all in the process.
Okay.
So you know the Indian citation index problem, because they didn't take precaution about including the authentic sources. So they got a lot of pushback on the Indian citation index, and it's really not functional. So the citation factors that we have proposed are not about the Indian citation index, but more to see that Indian researchers are using Indian research for furthering their own research, and that is getting more citations. So that way we are trying to drive some focus into our scientific work within.
So thank you all. Now we'll go for the lunch, and 2 o'clock we'll be back, and we have the next presentation.
Speaking up here because the people on Zoom can't hear those microphones. But we have to be back at 2 p.m. on the dot for our keynote presentation coming from France. I already gave him the wrong time and has been waiting for an hour. So we can't make him wait longer than that. So Marin Dakos, who's the coordinator of open science in the French ministry, will be with us, and he's played a very important leadership role in advancing open science in Europe. So let's go and enjoy our lunch and be back here at 2 p.m. on the dot. Thanks, everyone. Unfortunately, when we talk, it goes through the speakers here, so everyone can hear us.
Yeah, you.
Just speak a little bit so I can see if it sounds okay.
Sound is perfect. Very loud.
People are just trickling in.
Okay, one more to share. So let's get started the afternoon session. So we still have a two session, but there's no break between the two. So we continuously go to the end of our, the 2 days meeting. So we are so exciting to invite the keynote speaker from French, Mahon Dacos. So he is a National Open Science Coordinator at the French Ministry of Higher Education and Research. His title is coordinator, but he's not all about the coordinator. So from us, so he seems like a fighter, and he's like a soldier, and so we love him because he is not just talking about something; he's doing it, acting, and creating the new world for the open science. Then, of course, leading the French the government and the France itself. So maybe we have tons of the things we can learn from the Mahon, and from the the policy aspect and the service both aspects. So let's invite Mahon as a keynote speaker. Please turn on. Change to my Okay, Mahon, can you hear me? So maybe you are still muted.
I'm muted.
Oh, now it's okay. We can hear you.
And do you see my screen?
Yes, of course. Let's get started.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much for your kind words of introductions. Now it's difficult for me to start. I have been in Delhi last year for the G20 meeting, and I'm very sorry not to be able to be there again today. I've met probably some of you in these circumstances last year. So my talk will be about the the journey, the open science journey that we started 30 years ago. Many people think open science is a new idea, and in fact, it's a very old idea. And it's not only about open access publications. Many people tend to make a mistake saying that open access and open science is the same thing. In fact, open science is open access to methodology, material, and results. And results, it's not only publications in journals and books, it's also negative results. My presentation will be in 3 parts, a little bit of history very shortly, and try to say where we are and what kind of action is needed. So, 30 years of effort. In fact, the open science journey started in the 90s. I call it the practical decade because many scholars at this time decided to create their open science digital tools to solve practical issues, archive, CLO, open edition, open journal system, and things like that has been created during this period. Then during the early 20s, it started what I call the political decade, where the research community created many manifestos and political principles saying that with the digital turn and the rise of the web, we needed to change the way
recording in progress.
Okay, we needed to change the way we communicated science and the way we make science. So it's the Open Access Initiative, the DORA Declaration, the Jussieu Call for Action on Open Science and Biodiversity, and things like that. Then started in 2010 as the public policy decade, where governments, major organizations, research performing organizations decided to create public policies in favor of open science. It started with the OECD recommendation on research data, with the European recommendation on open access, the Amsterdam Call for Action on Open Science, and many other initiatives like the French National Open Science Plan in 2018, and the UNESCO recommendation on open science, which is a major event in 2021. And now we are in the implementation decade, which is the 2020s. The implementation of public policies is rising. We have many efforts, many new policies, new budget, new initiatives, and so on. And we start a very concrete decade. But you have to remember that the idea of open science is very old, because during the French Revolution, we made in France the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizens, and the Article 15 said that the society has the right of requesting an account from any public agent of its administration. And for researchers, it's open science. So where are we? Where are we now? The trend is quite positive. This is a French trend of open access, starting with 38% of open access of our publications in 2018, and arriving today to 65% of open access. But despite more than 1 decade of open science policies, we see that many countries, including France, if we have don't have more than 40% of open access for the last decade of their publication, which shows that there is a long road to continue. And we have many issues arising. This one is probably one of the most difficult issue, which is the rise of APCs, article processing charges. We have made a strong, robust estimation of the cost of APCs in France, starting in 2013, with 9 million of spending at national level, and arriving in 2020 to 30 million of spending in APCs, which is impossible to afford, which is very difficult and problematic. And we think that we will reach one in some maybe in a decade 100 million. And on the top of that, that doesn't mean that even if we pay, that doesn't mean that we pay for quality. At worldwide level, we have reached 10,000 research papers retracted last year, which is a very, very, very concerning issue. So at international level, the governments have a new and clear understanding that there is an issue with the economic model of APCs. And the European Commission, the European Council, sorry, published Council conclusions, which is a very high-level policy, saying that we should support diversity and ensure equity, because APC is not only a problem of budget and of quality, but it's also a question of equity. When a scholar doesn't have the money to publish, then he is outside the system. And the European Council said that we need to develop publishing with no cost for author and no cost for readers. We call that diamond open access publishing. So let's do the math. I did this math in the G20 event in India last year. Let's say that we have 8 million articles published at worldwide level a year, and that the publishing fee is 2,000 euros by article. Then it would lead to 16 billion of spending a year at national level, at a worldwide level. And the trend is not good. It would rise up to 25 billion of spending at worldwide level. And the increase is not 5%, it's 15% by year. So we are quite concerned about this topic. But I want to move away from publications, because open science, as I said in my introduction, is not only about open access to publication. It's also about open access or fair access to the data. And looking back to the COVID-19 pandemic and crisis, and when we try to look where are the data coming from the COVID-19 pandemic, we see that contrary to what many may have suggested, a global pandemic is not sufficient to radically modify scientific practices. So even if the open access rates have risen, the open data figures are quite stable and didn't change during the COVID-19 crisis. The fair data premise and perspective is very different from what we say and what we do. So there are some research saying that many researchers said, just request my data, I will share it with you. But in fact, when we test hundreds of them, we see that only 6.8% of the people share effectively their data when you request the data. So it's not quite open. As you can see, it's very low figures. We have also a case for clinical trial. To my point of view, we don't discuss enough about the question of clinical trials. Clinical trials are the base information that meta-analysis use to provide advices for public decision concerning health of the society. But many clinical trials results are never made public. So that is bad for patients. They are harmed because we do not know how safe and effective the treatments are really. The research fund is wasted. The scientific progress is slowed down. The society is harmed because there is what we call a publication bias, which is the difference between having all the results and having only the positive results, which are mainly published, and the negative results are mainly not published. And the public money misspent is very high. For Tamiflu, for example, we know that it was a mistake to spend so much money in Tamiflu, and it cost at worldwide level 18 billion dollars. So in France, we try to estimate exactly how much our clinical trials are published. And we see that only 52% of our clinical trials communicate their results, which is a very, very, very big issue. So what I try to explain is that we need to have a clear policy, and we need to have a clear monitoring of our policy. And on this case, we see that we are not efficient at making our clinical trials transparent and communicate their results. So it's time for action and build open science policy. So in France, we have created the French Open Science Plan. I am in charge of this plan as a national coordinator. It has been launched at very high level by the Minister of Research. We have created governance, the National Open Science Committee. We have created the funding mechanism, which is the National Open Science Fund. We have created many initiatives, platforms, and services like Software Heritage, AL, Recherche DataGouv, Open Edition, Centre Mersenne, many platforms and services, but also help desk for people close in the university. We call that data management clusters. And we support networks about reproducible research with about French open access publishers and so on. And we have published a lot of guides. This is some of the guides we have published to explain to the French research community how to simply implement open science in their research centers. So this is an example of the last guide we have published, which is a passport for open science concerning research data. And as any open science output, it's published with a CC BY license, and you can use it and reuse it and adapt it to your own context. Some other countries have already done that, and you can do that with all our guides. And it's time for international coordination. So we have created at European level the Council for National Open Science Coordination. So you see the map. A green country is a map where we have a national open science coordinator. And I should have had Portugal, which is now a member of our network of national open science coordinators. As you know, science is very international endeavor, and it's very important to interconnect the different policies. And we start by the European level because we are European. So we have also published the European Union Council conclusion on open science in 2021. It was a French initiative because we were sharing the union at this time, claiming for reform on research assessment system and claiming for capacity building for academic publication to be able to have university presses in the public sector. And we are already aware of the COAR initiative, where France is highly committed to change the research assessment system. And we are members of the G7, but also the G20, but also the G7. And we made a G7 communiqué that published the results of the G7 Open Science Working Group that is still active. So in Sendai, in Japan, we published a communiqué saying that we need to commit more in research assessment reform. So you see at a very high level, policy level, we say that we need to change the assessment system. We needed also to invest time, money, efforts in open science infrastructures, which is very, very important. Repositories for publications, for data, and so on. We don't need many repositories, but we need good quality platforms. And we also promoted inside the G7 communiqué research on research and open science, because we need more evidence-based open science policies. And for that, we need more research to inform the policy makers. So following that, we are proposing to create a global research initiative on open science, which we call GREOS, which is, you can call it the IPCC of open science, to simplify it. And it's a project to help to gather evidence-based open science policies. So it will be made public in some weeks, and if you are interested, you can contact us. Because we are looking for partners, and it was a proposal coming from the G7, but it's not a G7 initiative, so it's completely open to many more countries and research performing organizations and things like that. So many people ask how to encourage and promote open science. I propose some very small steps. what we have decided to create is open science prizes to highlight and promote and create values for good open science best practice. So we have created a prize, open science prize for research data and open science prize for research software. And this year we will create the open science prize for and it's an award prize for PhD. So it's a way to promote good practices. At European level, the Horizon Europe has decided that open science will move from a criteria of implementation to a criteria of excellence. That's quite important, saying that open science is not at the end of the process, it's in the core of the process. And the ERC, the European Research Council, has decided to introduce what we call narrative CVs, asking the researcher up to 10 research outputs and not only to provide their dozens or hundreds of their publications, but maximum 10 research outputs, which could be publication, but also data, but also software and many other outputs for research, which shows that we are moving away from the old research assessment system slowly. You can do also other concrete data valorization, like data, what you call data editorialization, promoting the data and not only putting it in the repository, but publishing about this. And everybody should start citing data now, not later. There is a misbehavior of citing badly data. In fact, research data should be cited exactly like we cite publications. So we can also have some action on open access to publication. Here you can see the proportion of closed access and open access with publishers, with open repositories, and publisher and open repositories. And here you can see the figures with APCs, but with no APCs. We have 10% of our publications which are under the Diamond Open Access model. And there is 23% of our publications which are we have no information about the business model of the publication. So we try to reduce the size of the full APC model and to increase the size of the Diamond Open Access model to have a more balanced approach. And we were committed in Toluca, and Kathleen and others were in Toluca, Mexico, for the Global Summit on Diamond Open Access, and we will have with the UNESCO an initiative on creating a federation, international federation of Diamond Open Access publishers. And last but not least, I want to focus a bit on the question of open science monitoring, because if you don't have good quality figures of where you are on open access, open data, open software, and so on, you are completely blind. And many countries try to have their open science monitoring about open access, which is already something very important. But I want to emphasize that we need more. We need more. We need information about research data. In France, at national level, we have, for the first time, created an indicator of open or fair data produced by our researchers. And the figures are very low. As you can see, it's only 22%. The same for software and code. So we have implemented this monitoring effort using AI, and all our code and methodology and documentation is public, so other countries or other organizations can implement the same approach, which is quite important. Before that, we didn't know if we had 2%, 20%, or 50% of our software or our research data open and fair. So it's quite difficult to achieve, but it's quite important too. So together with UNESCO, we are starting the Open Science Monitoring Initiative. This initiative is under approval process today in the UNESCO. It has been presented yesterday. This initiative, Open Science Monitoring Initiative, is there to propose clear principles for open science and then clear technical specification for open science monitoring in order to help every partner, every stakeholder to implement open science monitoring in the same way. There is also the question of funding mechanisms. I want to focus on two topics, two main issues, which we call the funding challenge. The first is the initial sin of what we call the Death Star, the model pay to publish, which is so dangerous for quality, for equity, and for our budget. And there is also the issue for open science infrastructures. We have many free riders. When a platform is open, you don't pay, so who pays? So there is a need to find a way to pay for the development of good quality open science infrastructures. So you can have a look to SCOS, which is a European initiative coming from Spark, Spark Europe, which is very important to my view to do that. And some Indian initiatives could be supported by SCOS, I think. And there is also information about the National Open Science Fund in France. So do we have to wait another 30 years to achieve the full open access and open data and fair data at the end? Probably. I think that the end of the decade will not reach 100% of open access. The end of the next decade will probably not have 100% of negative results published, mainly in clinical trials, for example. And even in the decade later, probably will not have achieved the research data sharing. So we need to be concerned about that. If we stay at this pace, we will wait at least 30 years again. So for publication, the progress of open access is several points a year, but in France, this year is a plateau. So 65% was the figure last year and is the figure this year. So there is a plateau for open access in France. For data sharing and software sharing, the progress seems to be 1 point a year. So starting 22% to reach 100%, you see you need 80 years to achieve the open science journey. For the assessment culture, we see very slow progresses. So we are very enthusiastic about open science. We are promoting open science, but we need to be honest, seeing that the progress are very slow because the resistance is very high. People, when dealing with the research assessment or research data sharing, confidentiality and competition are still there, and people are not very willing to share their data. And for publication, vanity publishing is very important. You want to publish more when the system is saturated by publication. So the only way to wait less than another 30 years is to work together as a global coalition. And again, I'm very sorry not to be able to be in Delhi with you today, but I'm very happy to have the opportunity to discuss with you today and in the next months and years. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mehon, for your presentation. Maybe I saw so many people, taking the photos. So, which means that you guys have so many questions to the Mehon. So, raise a hand. And there are so many Mehon. Who's fast? Okay, let's get started. Yeah, it's better to come here. Maybe the microphone is not working for the,
I don't see the room.
Yeah, the guys are now coming to the podium.
Hello, I am Anup Kumar Das. I met you last year. You had presentation in JNU. So during the G20 meeting, so you had mentioned about the some models for diamond open access or open science. So can you suggest some models for diamond open science? Thank you.
So yeah, there are many models in fact. people tend to think that there is only one model for diamond open access. But I would say that first you have the model what we call subscribe to open. Subscribe to open, S2O. Subscribe to open is a model where you switch from existing subscription to a new contract with the libraries that are spending some money in a journal. And then the publisher is asking to keep the money in the subscription in exchange of open access, and not in exchange of exclusive rights to the journal. It's very important for small and medium-sized organizations and small and medium-sized publishers. So we promote a lot this, and we give money to this kind of publishers that want to switch to subscribe to open. This is one model. When I was, I have created a European platform called Open Edition. You can see it on openedition.org online. And we have created in Open Edition another model which is called Open Access Premium. Open Access Premium is open access. But if a library wants extra services, then they have to pay for it. And the idea behind this is that HTML, which is fully accessible and open, is free for everybody, and PDF and other services like that are only for the supporting library. And this is a way to implement a completely not naive approach, you see. So I know that Open Edition has income of 1 million euros thanks to the freemium model, which is quite interesting. It's not billions, but it's already something, and it's an alliance with the libraries that say, okay, we want to support you, you give us something exclusive, and in exchange we give you some money for the books or for the journals. It works for all of them. So this is two of the examples. Of course, there is also the topic of institutional publishing. You are in universities, and if you want, your people in the university can drive a journal using their money for their salary as becoming a publisher, and this is another model. This is not the main one, but it's one of them. So we want to support diverse approaches of diamond open access publishing.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, okay, please continue.
If you want more information about subscribe to open and open access premium, I can give you links in the chat.
All right. Okay, please continue.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
So I have a very valid question, and I, represent one of the publisher. So since we're promoting open science, so is there any such works going on, deriving any open metrics, open science metrics to evaluate the research, rather than going ahead with metrics like impact factor or all these factors? Is there any such metrics what is being under progress or under work?
So can you stay there, because I see your screen, your face, and it's more interesting than to speak to an empty place with only a microphone. So we are not in favor of metrics. We are in favor of indicators. So metrics are measuring things, saying that I know that the society is like that. An indicator only indicates trends or information. So this is the first topic. The second one is that we don't want to make the same mistake that we did before with the impact factor and the H index, which should be banned for evaluate assessment of the research. So we could do an open science an open indicator like impact factor or like H index. We don't like it, and we don't want to produce it. So it's more complex to do things like this way, but it's the only way. So we prefer indicators, and we prefer a lot of indicators and a qualitative approach instead of metrics a unique figure pretending to represent the quality of science. What is the quality of science? Let's say, can you have an idea of the quality of a law research in India or in France? It's completely different than physics. So how can we imagine that we can compare the law, which is completely national, and the law research is by definition completely national because the law is national, and international fields like physics with very many researchers, and international disciplines like research on medicine, which is another issue. So one size does not fit all. I'm sorry, I have no solution. I have only issues, but maybe we can share the concerns together and think about a better future.
Thank you, thank you.
My pleasure.
So while the next question will come, so this is Gus, the home. I'd like to ask you about the remaining 35% in terms of the open access. Do you have any clue or the cluster of the people mind or the domain or anything which caused the still unopened
okay. Well, we have some information about that. You are asking about why we are still 35% not open access.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So we know that it's completely depending on the discipline. So maybe I can share my screen again.
Yes, please.
And have a look. So it's only French information, but I control that. So if you have a look to the monitor, do you see it correctly? Is it too small?
No, we can see. Yeah.
You can see. So 65%. Your question is, who is not publishing open access? So my first answer is there. You see mathematics.
Yes.
They have reached 80%. So you see fundamental biology 75%. You see. So and social sciences only 52. So if you have a look there, you see the trend by discipline coming from 2018, starting of the open science monitoring, and today. And you see the progress. Every discipline is making a lot of progress. You see, humanities was starting under 20%, and humanities are still low, but now they are more than 55%, you see. So we know that we have some disciplines going slower than the others. And it can be explained by many factors, but now we need to address topic of research and engineering, computer and information science, medical research, humanities, and social sciences. Because we know that we have quite achieved the trend in physics and fundamental biology and mathematics. So this is my first answer. The other one is that we have, for the first time, we have seen a decrease of the number of archive deposits. So we have lost this year 3.3% of open access in the green route. So there is a competition between closed access and open access, but also a competition between green and gold. And that's not very good, because we prefer people using the green road, which is free, instead of the gold road. But we don't decide for them. They decide, and it depends on the services they receive and the proposals they have and the system of value of their discipline and many other topics. So we still need to time and efforts in this kind of many disciplines.
Okay, thank you so much. So further questions from the audience? Okay, please.
So in the chat, I have added the link to subscribe to Open and to the Open Edition Premium program. And in the chat too, I give you the link to the figures coming from to the indicators coming from the French Open Science Monitor in depending on disciplines.
Okay, we will pass that along to the participants. My question is about visibility, and you know, one of the challenges that I find, especially in like India, for example, is that researchers publish in small, maybe local journals that are not indexed. We had a discussion at lunch about how hard it is to get indexed for some journals, and yet it's completely legitimate research. And so how do we overcome the challenge of trying to support bibliodiversity, trying to support those local journals, and yet them being kind of invisible and not being counted when it comes to research assessment, or even perhaps like if you have a kind of national monitoring service. So, because to me those are two very, both of those things are important: discoverability and being able to find and take note and track content, but also the bibliodiversity by its very nature means that content has to be distributed in different types of platforms by different communities.
Okay, very complex question. First of all, I want to say that the French Open Science Monitor do not use Web of Science, do not use Scopus, because we don't want to use proprietary data, and we don't want to rely on the decision of people saying that is scientific, that is not scientific publication. So we have created our own database, which is an extract, in fact, of Crossref. We use every publication that has a DOI, even if they are not in Web of Science, even if they are not in Scopus. And we also use publications that are coming from our national repository. That's the first topic. The second one is that in the end, we need to get rid of this kind of very small elitist club of data, which is Web of Science. And so OpenAlex is far better and far more open than Web of Science. So we need to change our tools and our way of monitoring, evaluating the research and so on, using a large basket of provenance of information, not only a closed database. And the other topic about bibliodiversity, it is more, I would say, controversial. So many people think that bibliodiversity means many platforms. And don't think that. I think that we need to have to rationalize our landscape of publishing platforms, because the size matters, because you gain economy of scale, you gain visibility if you have big platforms instead of having a platform for each university. So many people in the bibliodiversity landscape don't think like me. They consider that if a university wants a platform for publication, that's good. And if a university wants a repository, that's good. But for me, it's expensive, and it provides difficulties to upgrade and provide difficulties to gain visibility. So at national or international level, whatever, we need to join forces. Not to have one platform in the world, it's not my message, not even one platform in a continent, but to rationalize the organization, to have a critical mass of content, of players gathered together, able to speak with the service provider, able to speak to the policymaker, able to be more visible. So that doesn't mean that we don't need harvesting the content. We need everything that COAR is doing. But I think that a bit an effort avoiding duplicate efforts of creating platforms would at the end create a very good added value.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I also think it's easier to do that in developed countries than developing countries, because there's often more centralized funding for research infrastructure.
Maybe.
But
I know it's difficult.
Agree with you. Yeah. Okay.
But if we share the project, if we decide together to do things together, it's more easy than to say, okay, it's impossible, we will not find a solution for that.
Yeah, like we were talking yesterday that there are 22 official languages
Yes.
in India, but over 1,000 real languages in India. So I mean, to create one platform to support that is probably impossible. So you know, the challenges in a country like India are very.
The world is so complex.
Yeah, complex.
And India is so big.
The biggest.
Yeah, exactly.
Now the biggest.
Very impressive country.
Okay, well, I will offer the floor to somebody else if there are other questions. Somebody else has a question for you.
Hi, Maren. Vinod here. It's very impressive that you're trying to have your own harvesting system where you capture all the interim research outputs that has a DOI. And I think I also imagine that that should be the future where we shouldn't rely on proprietary data, and then we should just rely on the openness of it. And also the recent declaration of Barcelona Declaration on Research Information System, I think that is going to support that for probably to equalize everywhere. I was more wondering when you mentioned about this idea of having the competition versus collaboration. And for example, the French National Monitor, Open Science Monitor, is by itself is done because France wants to have a leading advantage in open or in science in general, or also Germany, or for example, the European Union wants to have a leading advantage in open science, and similar is happening elsewhere. And how are we going to solve that? Because everyone wants to have a leading advantage, and then we don't really talk about we do explicitly do not talk about collaboration, but then it's implied that we need to collaborate, but we are never rewarded on how we plan. Is always difficult. It involves a lot of human power, and that is some skill that needs to be properly rewarded, and that is never rewarded among researchers. And because of that, there's also like the policies are based on competitive advantage, and because of that, we lose a lot, and we end up being in a situation where we are competing again. And if you look at the open science recommendations from the UNESCO and then their monitoring, the skew is always towards the global north, and then the global south is always like lagging behind or like trying to catch up. So how would we solve that? Do you have any thoughts on that?
It's very difficult, but just to say that, first of all, we did our own national monitor because it was impossible to do it at worldwide level because we have no, okay. Second, we decided to publish every methodology, every code, and with data in open. So a country or an organization interested, I have given the link to the documentation of our initiative, and there is a link to GitHub inside it to download the code. So we do our best to be as inclusive as possible when we do things for us. And I think that if we want to be competitive in open science, it's a strong mistake, because if India or I don't know Mexico or whatever country is lagging behind, everybody is losing, you and us. So it's a reason why we have created the Open Science Monitoring Initiative, for example, because we want to do things together. It takes more time than going alone. So I give you also the link in the chat for the Open Science Monitoring Initiative. But at the end, we will arrive better together than alone. I see that some countries want to have a bigger indicator than the other, saying we are more open access than you, so we are better than you. It's a mistake. We must avoid rankings of open access or open data. But we also need for our own policymakers to know exactly where we are, and not trying to compare with smaller or bigger or better or lighter countries. So you're right, it's difficult, but I'm very interested in finding ways to cooperate. It's a reason why when we publish a soft solution, we also publish the code. It's open. This is not enough. I know that. I know that. But maybe the Open Science Monitoring Initiative will have Indian interest. It's only on the level of principles and technical specification. Today, it's not about us introducing a service, because it would be very difficult and too early. But providing sharing the principles together, and then sharing the technical specification is very important. For example, just to say, concerning open access to publications, we don't need only a monitoring about the rate of open access. We need also a knowledge about the business model of the open access. So we want to make that clear in the technical specification. It will be the same thing for clinical trials, for research data, and for research software, and for other things. We need to discuss together to define a standard that will be shared together. And yes, I understand that some countries are not advanced in open science today, but I see many countries wanting to go further. And we are not that much advanced, to be honest. We need more effort also in our country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I could take another question.
Yeah.
So I was more thinking if the infrastructure that you have with the French Open Science Monitor, is that something that you would be willing to also share, so that others who do not have enough resources could adopt that, so that they could tweak it in a way that they could use it for their own purposes?
So if I understand, you want to know if our service is open to other countries to monitor their own indicators. Is it correct?
Yes, but more like reusing your own system.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, exactly. You can. It's a better option that you reuse what we have produced in your own context, with your own computers and things like that, with your own technology, your own choices. So, and we are completely open to that. It's a reason why we share the code and the documentation. And if you ask support from our team, we can try to help. But I'm sure that Indian engineers are far better than the French ones. So I think that at the end you will give us back with a lot of improvement if you use what we started to do.
Thank you.
And to be honest, the question of the UNESCO is how to help each country to implement an open science monitoring in its own endeavor, in its own control.
Well, so I have a question to ask. It's regarding that you said impact factor. You don't rely much on impact factors. You don't give much importance to impact factors, whether it's commercial, whether it's about Web of Science or Scopus. But how about considering altmetrics? How do you consider monitoring or valuing altmetrics for science? How do you? What do you have to say about that? Do you really consider they are worthwhile, or they are again little bit cooked or something like that that you want to add into it, or in the open science world? How do you find altmetrics importance?
So if you are talking about altmetrics, which is the number of downloads, the number of Twitter and things like that, we know that altmetrics are not measuring something which is very precise. So we don't promote altmetrics, to be honest. And there is a misunderstanding between altmetrics and altmetric.com. Altmetric.com is a society, a company selling products, and altmetrics are principles of collecting information from the usage of our open science products outside the academy, in social networks and so on. But we don't promote them. We think it's interesting to collect the information, but we don't make it public. It could lead to to what we call the buzz. People wanting people to fight in the social network instead of making science. What is interesting is first that there is a normalization of the indicators coming from the usage, which is called COUNTER. Maybe you know this metric, which is COUNTER, COUNTER. COUNTER is a standard to estimate the number of people that are downloading your stuff. So COUNTER 5 is the state of the technology now, and it's coming from the libraries, and the publisher now use it. So it's very interesting to implement COUNTER 5 into our repositories and academic publishing platforms to have a knowledge of the usage. This is the first topic. The second one is that at the end we will need a knowledge of the citation system, not counting the number of citations, but building a citation graph with open citations. To know where people are, the discussion, the scientific, scholarly communication discussion with different citations. So we want to be able to have open citation, and it's far from being achieved. Yes, already. Crossref is collecting a lot of citations, and open citation is opening this, so it's very important. But we are only on the early days. And if I want also to say that we need more knowledge about the citations of data, or the citations of software, and we are trying new technologies to detect this kind of citation and to create the knowledge graph. Because in fact, I think that the universities and research performing organizations don't know that they produce this kind of output, and that this kind of output is used by the research community and also by the society, more likely. So, for example, we don't know the list of software that come from our universities. Maybe you know that in India, but in France we don't know. So we have a plan to create a catalog of all of the software that has been created by the universities in France. And then we want to detect the citations of this research software to have a better knowledge. Not to create indicator, but to create knowledge.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you.
So in the case, of course, we would like to discuss more, but due to the time limitation, we have to close the session. So we would like to express our huge thanks to the Mahon again.
Thank you for the invitation, and again, sorry not to be there.
Thank you for your great lecture. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
See you soon.
Well, we are starting to wrap up the conference. This is our last session. I just need to connect my computer. Oh, maybe I can. Okay, I sent you, I put my slides in. I put my slides in the folder. Well, I think it's been a pleasure to be here, and I've learned a lot about the current ecosystem and skull ecosystem in India, more than I knew before I arrived. And I hope that we can use this last session to discuss how we can move forward together as a community. I think they found the. Okay, great. Should I open my. Okay, there, I'm connected here anyway. Either way is fine. Okay. Anyone want to stand up and stretch? That's what we would do if we were in Canada. Okay, excellent. So, maybe I just will briefly introduce you to my organization. Some of you, whoops, my slides are not up anymore. Some of you probably already know about COAR, the Confederation of Open Access Repositories, but we're an international association based in Germany, soon to be based in the Netherlands. And we grew out of a European project to connect repositories in Europe. And then, of course, at the end of that project, it was like, well, that doesn't make sense. We actually need to connect repositories around the world because research is global. So COAR was launched to try to advance an interoperable global network of repositories to support open science in 2009. And I guess I'd like to preface what I'm going to say in a few minutes with what I think is really driving open science, which are policies. You know, it is not really a bottom-up movement. It's a very much a top-down movement. And so you can see open science moving very quickly in the countries that have very strong policies and moving much more slowly in countries that have no policies or very weak policies that are not enforced. So just a couple of trends I'd like to point you to because I think it's very relevant for the repository environment. One of the trends that we've seen in the last few years, the initial open access policies always allowed for embargo periods. So 6 to 12 months, 18 months, publish your article and then deposit into a repository within a certain embargo period. Well, we're starting to see those embargo periods go away. And now 3 very influential and, shall we say, governments who cover a wide range of researchers around the world have adopted immediate open access policies. So either you publish in an open access journal and make it, then it will all be available immediately, or you deposit your article accepted manuscript immediately into a repository once you've published. So that's the European Commission. The Office of Science and Technology Policy, which is a US federal government organization that is sort of an umbrella organization for all the US agencies like the National Institute of Health, the National Science Foundation. And the interesting thing is when you look at the number of co-researchers between Indian researchers and US researchers, it's really quite high. So I think 18% it was in the last World Science Report. So these policies are going to have an immediate effect on Indian researchers as well, even if they're not policies that exist in India. And I know the Canadian government, where we have very high co-authorship rates with the United States, is scrambling now to develop their own policy. Japan is very quickly working to develop their own policy, and both of these policies will likely be immediate open access. So I think very soon we're going to see a lot of governments go in that direction. Something Maren was talking about, we're not talking only about open access anymore, we're talking about open science, and that really means sharing data, and the implications of that for repositories are really huge because if you can imagine, I guess Moran said they have, 2% of their data being shared right now, so there's a huge amount of data out there that will need to be supported, managed, and preserved in repositories over the years as these policies come into effect. And then I think we're seeing something quite bold with this is the Gates Foundation, which probably funds some research here in India. They've basically gotten fed up with paying article processing charges, and they said, you know what, we're changing our policy. We will no longer pay any article processing charges. We require all our funded authors to deposit a preprint. That's all we want, is immediately deposit your preprint. Get it published or don't get it published. We encourage you to have peer review after you deposit it, but what we require is a preprint. And so I thought this was just announced last month, I think, but I think it's an interesting maybe harbinger of what might come from some other agencies that start to feel the pinch with paying these huge article processing charges. So all that to say, I mean, repositories for me, there's so much talk about journals and Diamond OA, but for me, repositories are the future. They are probably the most important infrastructure for supporting open science moving forward. There are at least 6,000 repositories out there. This is according to the UK Open Door service, but I think there are much more because they tend to index publication repositories and not the data repositories. So there's a lot of repositories around. And, they're going to be fundamental. And so I think it's very important that we consider how we can collectively work together to ensure that we have this very strong standards-based repository network at the global level. And of course, repositories really do support equity because they don't charge researchers to deposit and they don't charge for access. But as somebody mentioned earlier, it costs money to run a repository. And the more repositories we have, the more money that's going to cost. And that's infrastructure funding, infrastructure and services. And so that's something we need to keep in mind. So a little bit about what we do at COAR. We have about 150 members right now. And our members are individual institutions, universities. We have some government agencies who are our members. And I see our members as the institutions that want to be the most active in defining the standards, the good practices, the future innovations for repositories. But so here's some of the things that some of the resources that we have developed, mainly based on the good work of the volunteer people at member institutions. Oops. Oh, and I thought this was a little bit later on in my presentation, but I thought I would also give you a little taste of where our members see repositories going in the future. And we've done quite a bit of work over the last, almost 10 years now, looking at what we call the next generation repository. And what we did there was did a huge consultation about what are the kind of future functionalities we'd like to see in repositories. And we wrote a report about that and what the technologies would be needed in the repository systems to be able to support those functionalities. And one of the use cases that was very strongly of interest to us was repositories being connected to overlay peer review services. So this is, in essence, breaking the traditional journal publication model. And it's disconnecting the management of the content with the peer review. And so we have received a significant grant from Arcadia Foundation of $4 million to further develop this model. And basically, the idea is, if we can disrupt the traditional publishing model, then maybe that's the only way that we can get out of this extremely expensive situation where those 5 commercial publishers control the whole publishing ecosystem. Okay, so I'll briefly take you through this. So the way the model works is that you would deposit a preprint into a repository. The author could press a button and request a review from an external review service. The review service would, receive the request, go and read the preprint, decide whether they wanted to review it or not, say, yes, we've received your request and we will review it, undertake the review, and then announce the review, and there would be a link between the review and the original preprint. And so the article would remain in the repository. There's no moving content around like a traditional journal workflow. And that's how we see and how we hope we can advance scholarly publishing into the future, into something a little more equitable and involving repositories. So I mentioned we have like 150 members or so, and they are the ones who do the bulk of the work at COAR through their volunteer efforts. But what we really want to do is we want all repositories to be able to adopt and use the resources that we develop. And so our key strategy at COAR is really to work with, we can't work only with our 150 members. We'd like to work with the world. We need an interoperable, strong global network. So we work through regional and national networks and stakeholder communities. And these are some of the current organizations that we are working with. And I thought I'd give you some example of what we're doing with these various networks and regions. So we promote interoperability standards, best practices. We try to help to work with those different regions to address any unique challenges they may have, offer guidance, introduce innovative services like COAR Notify. So one of the things we just have been doing in the European context is working with Open Air, Spark Europe, and Liber to adopt a strategy to strengthen repositories in Europe. And we're working on these three areas that we did a big survey in the European context to see what the challenges were for European repositories. So these are the three things we've decided to move forward together. In the United States, we're working with Spark, and we launched the US Repository Network. In the United States, the repositories had no connection with each other. They were all very loosely siloed, and we thought it would be very important to bring them together to be able to support policy adoption. So we're working with them on a number of things. We've started a pilot project to look at what are some of the problems with current repositories and how we can address those issues. In Africa, we work with the LibSense project, and there we're really just contributing to the communities of practice that they have, providing advice and good practices through several African networks, mainly the research and education networks there. And in Latin America, we have a very close relationship with Referencia, which is the very well-established repository network in the region. And we just recently, for example, one of their issues was that they're all using DSpace repository platforms. They're all completely out of date. So we agreed with the organization that hosts DSpace and that they would fund this to develop a comprehensive plan for upgrading repositories in Latin America. Japan, you sort of heard what we've been doing with Japan, and we've been very pleased that they're using our good practices framework for helping to assess repositories in the Japanese repository network. And that leaves me with India. And that's where I think I want your input. Because I think there's an opportunity now. There are policies coming through. The G20 wants to work on repository interoperability. And so what I'd like to propose to you, and what Devika and I have been talking about, is could we do something together to try to create a more cohesive network of repositories in India? I don't know if that's what you were thinking. Devika, but that is sort of where I wanted to leave it, and I wanted to invite Devika maybe for you to come up, and then others to please provide us with your thoughts and input.
Thanks, Kathleen. And this is the line we are thinking along, Kathleen and I. Since InfluNet is already out there and networking the repositories and helping repositories come up, if we want to really formalize all that we are doing into a community of practice in India, just nothing too formal, but a community of practice, bringing good practices of IR and OERs and anything repositories. We are ready to offer our platform, the InfluNet platform, for a cooperation on repositories. But I really need to hear from all of you who are the stakeholders. So pitch in your ideas. Anyone who has any suggestions for us for the community of practice? there no.
Thank you, Devika. I think that's a very interesting suggestion given by Kathleen, Indicore. I really like the word Indicore, or maybe Incore, we can call it. One thing I would like to mention here is that, see, as far as the open science research repository is concerned, one of the major repository we have developed, in fact, I was a part of that, I was a co-PI of that, for the scientific research equipments which are used. And under, there was a DST project, Department of Science and Technology project of Government of India. I was a co-PI of that, and where we have developed, we took a pan-India survey. And under that survey, we saw that there is a large number of research equipments which are available. And in fact, based on that, an equipment policy has also come up now. And that particular survey conducted for the last 5-6 years, and under a domain called NSTMIS, National Science Technology Management Information System. That particular repository is already there. In fact, we also did another repository which is on DST's science and technology research. The third repository on which I worked, but probably these repositories are in silos, probably it can be connected to INCORE. That could be, linked with that, but Government of India is involved in it. So probably from the InflibNet, if it writes to ministry, probably that would be easy. I can be a part of that. And the third one is that which is in the transport sector. Let me give you an example. Under OECD, there is what is called as International Transport Forum, ITF, which is the headquarters is in Geneva. And India is the 31st country who are the members of that ITF. So for the last 5-6 years, we have collected a huge amount of data on the transport sector, starting from LMV, HMV, all the sectors, transport, all the sectors, whether it is surface transport or it is in the air, in the water, all the transport. And a huge amount of data was collected for research purpose. And it was under the ITF, it was given it to them because the project was awarded to us by the ITF. So probably that data is available, ITF data, probably that could be also a part of the Indicore.
Yeah, good evening. I am Dr. Sivan Singh. I am a medical librarian from the State Medical University and working as a medical college librarian. I have seen that people are marketing herself, rather than the marketing to the national level in India. So what is the past is the past. Let's make the national policy. Let's make the national metadata. Suppose implementer is doing many things, so want to create a repository. We should be consult the national center like the implement. And another thing that the people want to the incentive. Incentive means you have already fixed that if you do something, you can get the rewards. Let's forget that. We should make the science is the open is the our target, not the incentive is our target. So let's engage the community first. What the community should be the benefit. Later than what should be I will get for that. So people should think about what is the benefit for me, benefit for others. That's the benefit for the community. The science is the open and we should be reach the unreached people. So if anybody have the knowledge, traditional knowledge, it is not available in the print form or it is not anywhere the coded form, the video or audio. So let's share community and record their video or local peoples also and give them the right to copyright, legal points of view, get their traditional data in the patent forms, then it should put in the repository. So that if any patent get from them, they can get the technology part of the revenue. So this is our suggestion. One thing I want to suggest that it should the ND code should be not, it should be the Bharat COAR or the Bharat G. Bharat G means Bharat Ganga. So let's name means it should be Bharat G. This means Indian knowledge means Bharat Gyan. It should be Bharat G.
There are two suggestions. First, we have repositories, but uptake by researchers are low. We need to work uptake on researchers. What researchers need, the UX kind of thing, that should be very friendly, and the uptake will be easier for them, and like a regular workshops or something for the researchers, that what they can put up and how they can download or choose the data. Second, last month I met Professor Anil Gupta. So he has created a database of abundant patents from all over globe, India, etc. So he was like, it was a very big data of abundant patent and knowledge set. We can include that in this repository. Thank you.
Yeah. So I completely echo the suggestion from the medical librarian that InfliBnet should be the one, if at all this national, um, Indian repository is created. Because InfliBnet has the resources, the experience, and of course, ma'am, they have you. So it would be the right place to start. The suggestion that I have is from the point of view of enforcing the funder mandates for depositing papers in repositories. If the grant mechanisms or the evaluation process for the grant mechanisms can be improved to ensure that the researchers are also depositing all the papers of their previous research projects, maybe some kind of numeric identifier to be added in the proposal to state that this is the reference number of my article which has been deposited in this repository, and that to be included as part of the evaluation process while giving grants. So that would be one way to enforce these mandates, because currently none of this is being done.
Thank you. Yeah, that's valuable. And the PM of our country is also asked a question: how much public funding is resulting in Indian patents? So is there a quantified number a quantified percentage and relation between how much government is funding research and how much of that research is really patentable? So this question he asked and we didn't have data. So this is something that we want to do also, that to track all this, like with mechanism like Ramya just pointed out. If the funders themselves make it mandatory to have certain number to track all that, then it will become very easy. Especially if we have this, what we are proposing as a community of practice, you can report it in any of your repositories in the country, but we will have a mechanism of tracking it centrally. So that would be helpful.
To add to the point that Ramya just said, I work for Research Software Engineering Asia Association, and we try to educate people about open science tools. So there is something called as PID, persistent identifiers, which helps in making a collection of all the articles or softwares that any particular person has published, and it remains throughout. I mean, even if a person has changed organizations, then still it can be recognized.
Yes, we do take cognizance that every resource needs a PID, and that's very important in the. But again, the Indian repositories are again at different levels of economic this thing affordability, and some of the PIDs themselves become expensive for them to. So through the InfliBnet platform, we are trying to either give access to those PIDs which we have already sort of an engagement arrangement with, or we will go for something like open PIDs.
Well, just related to that, our African and our Latin American colleagues are both working on a model so they can have open PIDs. So it might be something of interest to share with you.
I think we shouldn't, finish this is just a discussion. So we have to structure the community through this discussion. But, by gathering the voice from the audience, maybe we would like to have a, PID working group, training working group, sustainable operation working group. There are so many working group we can imagine from this discussion. So how do you go further or structure the community go step forward? So maybe it's better to to share our idea, and then I would like to have the common the knowledge or the understanding how to go further.
Well, I mean, what we have done in the past with some regions is sort of take stock of the current environment, like through a survey. So we already have a survey that we developed, which I think could be expanded, and to identify what are the major challenges that are being encountered by the repository communities here in India. And I think, that way we have an evidence base rather than a few voices in the room. We would have a stronger evidence base in terms of what might be needed, and then identify priorities based on your capacity at InfoNet to be able to help.
So actually there should be a mapping exercise of other ministries, particularly DBT. They are having Indian Biological Data Center, and they are establishing different databases and I think open data platforms also. And also other ministries like Ministry of Culture and tribal ministry, and they are also maintaining some kind of databases or data repository. So we can integrate them through mapping, and we can also have some working group. They can identify the resources and which can be integrated with the in COAR, and this way we can also have more members and more participants to this particular community, so that we can also improve our global visibility. Thank you.
So the mechanism of InfluNet for our other existing projects, how we go after membership is we have identified cross-ministerial. For example, our Shod Chakra project, which helps researchers. So we write to all universities, no matter under which ministry they are working, even institutes, and then we have introduced what Shod Chakra is all about, and then sort their membership. So we already have a reach into ministerial institutes and organizations. They know us for different things. Now, this is something about bringing the practices and the discussions under one umbrella, but it is not physical moving of any asset to anywhere. It's more bringing the discussions, the good practices, and also bringing the problems to one table to discuss. And that's what we are proposing to do with such a project.
Everyone know that there is a website ResearchGate. If you submit some preprint and the non-conference publication that don't have the ISBN number, they have given the DOI number with the prefix of the RG. So if suppose I have submitted any article and in the InfoNet Center repository, and it is the preprint, and it is not published in the book chapter, all these things, they should be give the DOI with the prefix of the InfoNet. It should be in the necessary repository.
Yeah, we did mention, and Kathleen also said that we are working towards open bids, which is much better sustenance in the long run.
I mean, a DOI costs $1, So if you think of one US dollar, so if you think of hundreds of millions of data sets and articles, you know, where is that money going to come from? There are open source solutions for this that are being developed currently in Latin America and Africa, and I think India would be a perfect, place to also kind of use that approach. And what we have been doing at COAR is trying to advocate for not complete reliance on DOI metadata for tracking research outputs, because if people can't afford DOIs, then it's completely unfair to rely on Crossref and DataCite metadata as the centralized place for, that means millions of publications from developing countries are completely invisible and ignored.
And even though, so there are so many applications which can obtain the DOI right now free of charge, but who knows when they started to charge. So yeah, this is always happening all around the world. So this is also, we have to be careful about it. Yeah, then also depends on the data, right? And also, this is also, we don't know what happened in the future. So maybe, they started to charge the membership fee or original fee or something that way. It's always happening. So if we, remind or looking about the historical,
They call it in other fields a loss leader. They give you something for almost nothing, and once you're in there, then all of a sudden they start to charge you for it, and you've already committed.
So running a PID server, technically we can do at implement, but that's not what we want to do, because we still want to be internationally recognized in that arena where our resources are internationally recognizable resources. So we don't want to just overnight start a PID server over there. I'm still looking at our what are the choices we have. Now that you told me about Africa, I certainly look at that. And in a few months, we will be ready to make a recommendation for Indian repositories.
So we're getting close to the end of the session. So if there's no other comments.
I have one more question. So when the Devika, so you can launch or you can start the survey for your next the national community in India. So this is not the promise, just would like to know your vision in the future.
If we can have a round of applause. Tomorrow morning I'll bring the website up. That is not a problem. But I want the participation of the Indian repositories. We will start that survey that
I think we need to change the survey a little bit.
And we'll launch it right from like tomorrow. We'll get going, and by OA Asia 2025, I'm sure we'll have something concrete to tell you.
On that note, I guess we are close to ready to close the conference. It's been such a pleasure discussing with all of you. Okay, thank you very much, Devika. It's been a real pleasure. Yes, discussing with all of you over the past 2 days. I see we have Benno here, and I'd like to invite him to come up and say a few closing words. Benno Bor from UNESCO, the person that made this all happen.
I'm of course not the person who made this all happen. That's Kathleen. Kathleen, I've got a few brochures here. If you could be so kind and hand them out to the audience, so that they would also know what we are actually working on, because we are not really very strong on open science. We're supporting open science, but we are not specialists in it. So, yeah, the promise and practice of open science. It's a lot of questions that are remaining for the subject. I'm puzzled, I'm amazed by you guys all being specialists on that subject. And yeah, I just published my first 3 open science books as an editor. And I published many books, but this was a complete nightmare for me as an editor to publish that. So there is a lot of questions. First I had to find the money, and then it took twice as long because open science also brings a lot of bureaucratic burden with it that I really invite you all to discuss in the future as well. Anyway, in conclusion of this event, let me express my sincere thanks to Kathleen Scherer and Rushali Dandavate and the international colleagues of the Confederation of Open Access Repositories, COAR, and the All India Sri Shivaji Memorial Society College of Engineering for organizing this event at the UNESCO House in New Delhi and for your trust in working with us. I would also like to express my thanks to my director, Tim Curtis, who you've seen yesterday. He gave the opening remarks. To Aysig Yurav, who joined us from the UNESCO office in Beijing. She really is the specialist in the Asia and the Pacific region for open science, open repositories. She gave a wonderful presentation, which I found very inspiring. So feel free to reach out to Ay. She really is the UNESCO specialist in open science in Asia and the Pacific. And we also have another colleague, Ferry, at the UNESCO office in Jakarta. We will, of course, support you, but our specialization here is more so on water resources management, ecosystems, biosphere reserves, geoparks, climate change, and so on. I would also like to express my thanks to my team. If you can briefly stand up, Harisri and Shrishti and Ruben. Shrishti just joined us as a staff member. Harisri and Ruben are interns, so who knows, maybe they will also join us at some stage for longer. Many thanks to the 3 of you. You've done wonderful work, and you allowed also Tim and me not to be in the room for the whole time because we had a lot of additional work to be done behind the scenes. There is no doubt in my mind that science, technology, and engineering have already provided plenty of solutions to reduce problems that are linked to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Now and in the future, even more science-based solutions will be made available by women and men in science. And the more we have open science available, the faster this goes. And I would like to give you a little bit of connectivity to contemporary issues on why this is so important that we make the sciences more available to everybody, really, and faster. The first point is climate change. Science, technology, and engineering will provide answers to phase down fossil fuels, turning to clean energy, reducing greenhouse gas emission. The faster, the better. Open science and open access will play an important supportive role to accelerate the process of turning from fossil fuel to clean energy. Just right now, in this moment of time, we are still dependent on 80% of fossil fuels. All of us have come to this house here yesterday and today using fossil fuels. The second is water, energy, and food security. That's also the book that I just mentioned. It's the Water, Energy, Food Security Nexus in Asia and the Pacific. We have 3 volumes. Those of you who would like to have access to it, I can give you the link, but I can also give you hard copies. So agriculture, freshwater supply, and wastewater treatment are highly energy intensive. Science, technology, and engineering will provide answers to provide clean and affordable energy. This is a crucial element not only for energy availability, but also for clean air to breathe, water to drink, and food to eat. Those are the prime ecosystem services that we enjoy at any time. Now, here in New Delhi, for several months every year, we do not actually have clean air to breathe. So the human right to breathe clean air is taken away from us all, from us 35 million people living in New Delhi, for at least 3 months per year. So we really need to mobilize science, engineering, technology, biotechnology to get there. Plastic pollution, my third point. It has reached such a level that we have now more plastic in the oceans than fish, believe it or not. And we have plastic in our digestive system, and we even have plastic in our blood system, according to research that was carried out by Vrije University in the Netherlands. So science, technology, engineering will provide answers to restore ecosystems from massive plastic pollution. We know how to get the macroplastic out of the rivers, the cities, the terrestrial ecosystems, coastal and marine. Even it's very expensive, but we have no clue how to get the microplastics out of there, or the nanoplastics. So the situation is quite alarming, and science-based plastics that are fully recyclable and biodegradable need urgently to be developed and used, because we cannot phase out plastics at this point in history. We are all using it, and our life actually depends on it. Number 4, air pollution. Air pollution in many megacities has reached levels that people are constantly inhaling dirty air that is recognized by the World Health Organization as not safe, especially here in New Delhi, but also next door in Dhaka and also in Karachi and in many other places. We used to have the same situation where I'm from in Europe, in particular in my country, in Germany, but it has been solved, and it has been solved based on the intervention of women, youth, and by mobilizing science. Science, technology, and engineering already hold available many solutions to reduce air pollution, as proven in many compartments in the world where scientific advancements are available to the general public and decision makers. Many places have turned from pollution to clean air, inspired by science-based recommendations. And then I would like to, as number 5, I would like to point out the pandemics. And that's a little bit of a paradox, because we still don't know where the COVID-19 pandemic is coming from. Was it a zoonotic jump? Did it come from bats, from nature? Or did it come from laboratory accidents? Nobody has given us conclusive answers on that. So science perhaps steered us into this situation, but at the same time it was a big success for open science to develop these vaccines faster than at any time before. So the COVID-19 pandemic has shown how open science significantly contributed to allow human biology to make great breakthroughs in record time. But let us not be naive. COVID-19 was not the first pandemic that has hit humanity hard, and it will not be the last. We need to anticipate future pandemics, whether they are based on natural causes or by laboratory accidents. Perhaps we should even suggest to our governments worldwide to close these very controversial laboratories that are carrying out these experiments with viruses. This means the more accessible scientific research results are, the better and the faster can we respond to future biological disasters. The UNESCO recommendation on open science asks member states to promote a shared understanding of open science and set out diverse paths to achieving it, develop an enabling policy environment for open science, invest in infrastructure and activities that contribute to science, invest in training, education, digital literacy, and capacity building to support open science, foster a culture of open science, and align incentives to support it. I think you talked a lot about incentives. I like the comparison to the man who developed the anti-snake cure. Where's his incentive to make that knowledge available to the community? Promote innovative approaches for open science at all stages of the scientific process. Encourage international and multi-stakeholder cooperation in the context of open science to reduce gaps in technology and knowledge. Open science has the transformative power to reduce the inequalities in science, technology, and innovation, thereby accelerating the SDGs and the human right to participate in science. And the SDGs, all of them are off track. COVID has delayed it, and we are really off track. And let's not forget that before the SDGs, we had the MDGs, and before that, we had the Stockholm Convention. So we are dreaming about these hopes of the SDGs since the early 1970s. Monitoring of the implementation of the UNESCO Open Science Recommendation takes place every 4 years. First time it will take place in 2025. Therefore, UNESCO will organize a series of workshops to support the reporting progress. So please reach out to us at any time. We will then direct you to IEC Gura and to our Open Science specialists if you would like to participate or if you would like to know more about it. It is with all of this that I said in mind that we could be very well advised to ensure that the findings of the scientific advancements will not only remain in the hands of a few, but to be openly available to everybody, so science will provide the necessary benefits to all of us. I thank you all for your excellent contributions and wish you the best of success to support UNESCO's recommendation on open science, which is clearly in the best interest of humanity. And Kathleen, please, if you would be so kind, if you are developing an outcome document or recommendations from this event, please share it with us so we can study it and see if and how to make use of it in the future. So many thanks to everybody.
I just have a few short words. Thank you. Thank you, Benno, and all of your colleagues for offering this venue to us and providing all the support. It was the perfect place for us to meet, and I think it created a wonderful atmosphere for the discussions we had over the last 2 days. And thank you to all of the participants. I really appreciate you bringing your perspective and your local experiences to the discussion. It's really important for those of us who come from different regions to understand the world that people live in different countries and different regions. Only that way can we move forward collectively as a global community. Thank you, Roshali and your team. We've been planning this meeting for maybe 2 years now, for almost 2 years. And as most of you know, it was supposed to take place in November, but unfortunately we had to postpone it. But I'm really pleased we were able to finally come. It was a great meeting, and I think it was serendipity because Davika came into our lives in a new position with a very obvious, it was very serendipitous, I think, and we will work together. Our only challenge or barrier will be the time difference that we have to breach, but we will manage to overcome that. So I'm looking forward to working with you, Davika, and there will be an outcome document that I will prepare and then share with you, Davika, and also Benno with you at UNESCO and the rest of the team. So with that, I will turn it over to Roshali. Oh, and I just wanted to say especially thank you to Sumi, to Masashi, to Kazu, who were also core to our team and our planning team. So yeah, let's give them a hand.
So thank you. I'm just here for the closing remark. Kathleen already said everything. So like we have started, I still remember maybe 2 years back I sent mail to Kathleen that I want to host OA Asia meeting in India. because I met her in Nepal and then we had a meeting at Bangladesh. So I was really interested to host this type of meeting. And then we approaches many places earlier, even in Flipnet, but that time Devika ma'am was not there. So we was really, and then suddenly I think Irina gave us a UNESCO may be interested to get involved in this type of event, and then we approached to the Beno, and it was really successful with lot of permissions of the governments and all these things. But it was really nice learning for me, and I think I found that this conference or this workshop was really good because I go to various workshop and conference. They are very like 100, 200 peoples, and it is find difficult that interaction with the speakers and there are then limited groups are there. But here I found from 2 days that people can directly have interaction to the speakers, and that is really type of interactive session. And thank you all of you for coming so far away, and all the interns who help us, and especially that food services. All everybody said that food was delicious, and everything was really went well. And thank you so much, all of you. If any participant want to say something or any your remark about this event, one or two we can take. Otherwise, then we'll go for the certificates. Anybody want to say anything? Any suggestion, improvement, or anything? Okay. So thank you. So I will request Kathleen to give away the certificate. I just call the names, and if the person is here, they can just come on the stage and take certificate. Okay. So Jyoti Bhogal. Sorry, if name is. Okay. And you just go there. Can somebody volunteer us for the photograph? Because Manohar Pathak. Nabil Ahmed. Sangeeta Naran. Rohit Bhatia. Kriti Trivedi. Dr. Laila, sorry, they are coming from Mizoram University. Faiz Abzar, Faiz Abzar is there. Noorjahan. Ashish Gosen. Dr. Rohi Puri. Chandrima Roy. Chandrima Roy also. Rakesh Malik. Ajay Mehtra. Ajay is here. Dikshit Chopra. Shivendra Singh. Tushar. Dr. Geetika Sari. Ranjana. Ganguly sir. Narendra. Narendra Kushal Goswami. Sadbir Chauhan. Sadbir, you're there. Oh, still Geetika. Narendra is there. So, thank you all of you. I think we are done. Are you a certificate? Okay, you come, we'll give you a, I don't know. Ah, okay, sorry. Anybody is missing certificate here? Because I called out this name, people are not there. And thank you so much all speakers coming far away for the program and giving wonderful sessions to us. So thank you all.
Okay, thanks everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your day and
Just enjoy tea break.
enjoy a tea break.
Group photo. Okay, they want to take the. Okay, we'll take one group photo.
Didn't we take a photo yesterday?
This is here.